What if the very gods you've revered were not the paragons of virtue history has made them out to be? Beneath the polished marble of temples and the flowing togas of worshippers lurks a shadowed legacy steeped in betrayal, revenge, and blood. The Roman pantheon, celebrated for glory and conquest, harbors tales that chill the bones and shatter the illusions of righteousness. In the dim light of flickering oil lamps, the whispers of the ancients echo, a sinister undercurrent coursing through the annals of time. The grandeur of Jupiter, lord of the skies, is overshadowed by his ruthless dealings with fate, a god who plays with lives like pawns on a board, indifferent to the mortals engulfed in his whims. Juno, adorned with regal splendor, bears not just the title of protector but also the mantle of jealousy, her wrath a storm that leaves devastation in its wake. As the sun dips below the horizon, a chilling wind sweeps through the cobblestone streets of Rome, carrying with it the scent of fear. The stories of vengeful deities rise from the ashes of forgotten temples. From the depths of the underworld, Pluto watches with a malevolent gaze, keen to claim the souls of the unwary, while his queen Proserpina, trapped in a perpetual cycle of despair, embodies the fragility of hope amid darkness. Consider the tales of vengeance unleashed by the goddess of love herself, Venus, whose beauty belies a heart that can turn colder than winter's breath. Love, lust, and betrayal intertwine in a deadly dance, and at the center of it all stands Aeneas, the supposed hero whose journey is tainted with bloodshed and the ghosts of those he wronged. The fates twist and turn, leaving behind a trail of suffering that rivals the epic battles sung by poets. Yet it is not merely the actions of the gods that send tremors of terror through history. The very essence of Roman mythology is laced with moral ambiguity, where honor and treachery walk hand in hand. The tragic fate of the Trojan War is but a prelude, a harbinger of the darkness to come. What of the notorious sacrifices in the name of divine favor? The chilling rites at the altar of Cybele, where the drums echo like the heartbeats of the forsaken, remind us that devotion can demand an unbearable price. As the night deepens, the line between the sacred and the profane blurs, leaving a lingering question that haunts all who dare to ponder it. Is divinity simply a mirror reflecting humanity's darkest desires? The shadowy figures of myth stir restlessly, their stories waiting for the light of remembrance. History breathes heavy with the weight of unsung horrors and unspoken truths. The stage is set, and the curtain is ready to rise on the tragic unraveling of legends crafted not just in the name of gods, but also in the depths of human ambition and despair. In the shadowy alleys of ancient Rome, where the flickering torchlight danced ominously against the cold stone walls, whispers of dark tales floated like smoke through the air. The city, with its grandeur and glory, was built upon foundations soaked in blood and sacrifice, where the invisible threads of fear and reverence wove a tapestry of mythology that would echo through the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the forum, the true heart of Roman mythology began to pulse. Long before the city was a proud empire, its origins were steeped in dread. The ancient Romans looked to the skies, not merely for hope, but in desperate search for meaning in a chaotic world. They believed that the gods, the capricious deities who governed their fates, were not always benevolent. No, these beings were born from the chaos itself, molded by the darkness that surrounded them. The earth trembled, the rivers roared, and the skies cracked open with thunder when these divine entities unleashed their wrath. Tales of the gods were filled with violence and betrayal, their narratives woven together with threads of human emotion. Jupiter, king of the gods, was a figure of power and lust, ruling with an iron fist but also a heart heavy with jealousy. Each time he cast his gaze upon the earth, mortals trembled, aware that his whims could mean salvation or ruin. His eyes reflected a universe where the line between love and vengeance was razor-thin, where every bond could be severed in a moment of rage. In the dim light of an evening gathering, an elder spoke of Saturn, a god of grain and agriculture, who was once a titan but fell from grace. As the elder's voice quivered, listeners shivered too, caught in the grip of a story that blurred the lines between fear and fascination. Was there salvation in understanding such darkness? Or were they merely inviting doom by giving it life through their words? Beneath the surface of these stories lay the echoes of ancient rituals, dark and primal. The Romans believed that to appease their gods, they must offer sacrifices, sometimes of food, sometimes of animals, and at times of their own. Underneath the shadow of the Capitoline Hill, priests known as augurs would peer into the entrails of freshly slain animals, seeking omens and portents. The air thickened with the smell of blood and incense, and the cries of the faithful intertwined with the prayers that hovered like mist. Each offering, a desperate attempt to stave off the wrath of the gods, was a reminder of humanity's perpetual struggle against fate. As the night deepened, there were stories of forgotten gods, deities that lurked in the forgotten corners of the Roman psyche. Dispater, the god of the underworld, ruled over silence and darkness. In the stillness of night, it was believed that he whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. The restless souls of the dead were said to roam, seeking vengeance for lives unlived or promises unfulfilled. The living, too fearful to forget, paid homage to the shades, ensuring that their ancestors were not left to wander in torment. A chill would creep up the spine of those who spoke of him, for to invoke Dispater was to beckon shadows into the light. And then there was Venus, the goddess of love and war, a duality that sent shivers through the hearts of mortals. Her beauty was enchanting, but her passions were fierce, igniting flames that could consume the unwary. The Romans knew well that love was often laced with pain. It was a bittersweet symphony that could lead to ecstasy or despair. Her stories were filled with romance and treachery, where lovers betrayed one another for the sake of power. The very breath of her name evoked images of beauty and brutality, an intoxicating blend that captured the essence of humanity itself. In the flickering light, a young girl dared to ask, "What happens when we anger the gods?" The room fell silent, the weight of her question hanging thick in the air. The elder, his brow furrowed with the gravity of such a thought, recounted tales of cities swallowed whole by the earth, of plagues sent as punishment, of storms that ripped through the land leaving devastation in their wake. The tension hung like a heavy fog, for in every myth was a warning, a reminder that the gods were always watching, always waiting. As the night wore on, the stories blurred into one another, flowing with the rhythm of the wind outside, a haunting melody that whispered of doom and destiny. The boundaries between the living and the dead began to thin as the stories twisted and turned, creating a labyrinth of emotions where hope clashed against despair. The listeners were enraptured, trapped in a spell of the past, knowing that their very existence was tethered to these ancient tales. In the flickering shadows, a new tale awaited, one that would interlace the fates of mortals and gods, a story that promised to unravel the mysteries of creation itself. The tension was palpable, the air heavy with anticipation. Fear and curiosity danced together as the night faded, seamlessly threading into the world beyond, where the shadows of mythology stretched long and the echoes of ancient Rome continued to reverberate with every heartbeat. A heavy mist clung to the ground, swirling in the dim light of the underworld, where shadows moved like whispers. In this land of forgotten souls, the air was thick with a silence that echoed like the pounding heart of a trapped beast. This was the domain of Pluto, the god who ruled over the souls of the departed, and the haunting beauty of Proserpina, his wife, who had once lived among mortals, only to be drawn into this dark, ethereal realm. Within the gates of the underworld, an icy river flowed, its water as dark as the void. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited on the shores of the Styx, his bony fingers grasping a weathered oar. Each lost soul that approached carried with them the weight of unfulfilled dreams, their faces twisted in a mixture of sorrow and relief. It was said that Charon would not ferry the souls who could not pay the fare, a single coin placed beneath their tongues, a final gift from the living to ensure their passage. But even Charon had his moments of compassion, a rare flicker of warmth in the cold depths of despair. He would peer into the eyes of those who had suffered greatly, and sometimes, just sometimes, he would let them pass without payment. The souls who walked the path to the underworld were often not those expected. They came not only from battles or disasters, but from the quiet despair of a life unlived, a heart that never danced. As they crossed the river, they arrived at the gates adorned with fearsome creatures. Cerberus, the three-headed dog, stood vigilant. His growls rumbled like distant thunder, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Each head represented a different aspect of the soul's journey: past, present, and future. Only those who could show true courage and acceptance could hope to pass. Each soul trembled, and many faltered at the gates, but others found a hidden strength within, knowing they were to face their own truths. Past the gates lay the fields of Asphodel, a place where the souls drifted like wisps of smoke, lost in memories and dreams. Here, the landscape was painted in shades of gray, and wildflowers swayed gently, a stark contrast to the sorrow that surrounded them. These souls, neither blessed nor cursed, wandered aimlessly, maintaining a sense of the life they once had. They were the forgotten, the ordinary, who had lived without grandeur yet carried their own stories within. Amongst them, Proserpina moved gracefully, her presence like a gentle breeze that stirred the air. Once a vibrant goddess of spring, her essence now bore the weight of loss and longing. She wore a crown of pomegranate seeds, a symbol of the life she had left behind. Every step she took was a reminder of the world above, of the fields filled with blooming flowers and the laughter of children. Yet, as she roamed, she felt the pull of the underworld, where her husband Pluto reigned with a heavy heart. Pluto himself was a complex figure, his face a mask of shadows and sorrow. He was not merely a god of death but of riches and abundance found beneath the earth. The treasures of the underworld sparkled like stars, but they were overshadowed by the pain of those who had passed. He ruled with a heavy hand, burdened by his role, torn between love and duty. His heart ached for Proserpina, who had been taken from her world, but he also understood the pain she felt in being separated from the warmth of sunlight. In the stillness of the underworld, the balance of light and dark played a constant game. The souls whispered stories of their lives, tales filled with laughter and tears, of love that pierced their hearts and dreams that had flickered out. They longed for the life they once had, their voices rising in a haunting melody that echoed through the caverns. Each tale tugged at Proserpina's heart, reminding her of her own duality, of the joy she felt in the warmth of spring and the sorrow that came with her descent into darkness. As Pluto watched his queen, he felt both pride and sorrow. There was a beauty in her strength, a resilience that drew the souls to her. They saw a reflection of their own struggles in her eyes, and for a moment, hope ignited in the shadows. Proserpina spoke with them, her voice a soothing balm. She shared the stories of the living, tales of courage and love that transcended even the darkest of places. But the underworld was not merely a resting place. It was a realm of trials. Each soul faced a reckoning, a moment where the echoes of their past collided with the weight of their choices. As they confronted their lives, shadows coiled around them, revealing their deepest fears. Some souls wept, while others screamed in anguish, the echoes resounding like thunder. Pluto, too, felt the pain of those who arrived. He witnessed their struggles, their regrets, and their hopes for redemption. Yet his own heart was heavy with the knowledge that he had taken Proserpina against her will, a twist of fate that would forever bind them together. In the quiet moments, when the world fell silent, he would gaze upon her and feel a pull, an unbreakable bond that was as much a curse as it was a blessing. One fateful day, as darkness enveloped the underworld, whispers reached Proserpina's ears. They spoke of a chance for escape, a way to return to the world of light. Hope ignited within her, but it was tempered by the knowledge of what that choice would mean for Pluto. Torn between love and freedom, she felt the weight of the pomegranate seeds in her hand, a reminder of the life she had been forced to leave behind. As the tension grew, the fabric of the underworld trembled, the balance of power shifting like the currents of the Styx. Proserpina stood at the edge of a precipice, the souls around her holding their breath. Would she choose to return to the surface, to embrace the warmth of life again, leaving Pluto behind? Or would she remain, bound to the shadows, forever the queen of the underworld? Her decision loomed like a storm on the horizon, and with it came the promise of change. How would the realm of Pluto and Proserpina transform? depending on the path she chose. Each soul awaited her answer, and the echo of their collective hopes filled the air, creating a symphony of anticipation that resonated in the dark corners of the underworld. The ancient Roman streets were alive with the sounds of bustling merchants and chattering citizens, yet beneath the clamor pulsed a silent dread, an undercurrent that twisted like a dark thread through the very fabric of fate. In the dim light of dusk, 3 shadowy figures lingered in the shadows, hidden from the world yet always watching. The Parsi, those fateful sisters, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life with a sinister grace that sent shivers down the spines of mortals. Their presence was not merely a whisper in the wind, but a looming shadow that darkened the hearts of the most powerful. Clotho, the spinner, weaved threads of destiny with an almost delicate touch, her fingers dancing as if guided by an unseen force. Each thread she spun shimmered with promise, full of potential, yet twisted with uncertainty. It was in her hands that the lives of emperors and common folk alike began, and as she worked, a flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes, knowing well the weight of her creation. Each thread held the power to bring joy or despair, and the knowledge of what lay ahead lingered like the scent of rain before a storm. As her sisters hovered nearby, Lachesis, the measurer, took to her task with meticulous care. She drew out the threads, measuring not just the length of a life but the moments that would define it. The laughter, the tears, the triumphs, and the failures, all woven into a single tapestry that would ultimately reveal the path a soul would traverse. Yet, her gaze was always tinged with a melancholy understanding. For every golden thread of happiness, there lay a dark strand of sorrow, and she could not escape the knowledge that every life measured would meet its end. And then there was Atropos, the cutter, the final arbiter of fate. With her shears glinting ominously, she was the end, the harbinger of mortality. Every snip of her blades rang out as a death knell, echoing through the ages. The power she wielded was undeniable, yet it bore the weight of countless souls, each one bearing witness to the finality she imposed. The air thickened around her, heavy with the unspoken understanding that no one could escape her grasp. Her laughter, sharp and chilling, hinted at the thrill she found in severing the ties that bound the living to their dreams. These sisters were not merely arbiters of fate. They were its architects, crafting the lives of men and women with an unsettling delight. In homes across Rome, whispers of their influence seeped into the very walls, stories of men who, in dark moments, felt the cold breath of the Parsi upon their necks, an omen of the doom that awaited them. Lovers quarreled and reconciled under the watchful eyes of those who spun their future, unsure whether they were the authors of their own stories or mere puppets dangling from invisible strings. In the grand halls of power, emperors and senators alike were gripped by the notion that their fates were not entirely their own. The walls of the Senate echoed with the tension of their discussions, each decision weighed down by the understanding that even the mightiest could be undone by a single, unexpected snip of Atropos's shears. There were murmurs of those who encountered the sisters, men whose ambitions crumbled overnight, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. The Parsi hovered over them like a specter, reminding them that ambition and desire could only go so far. Yet, it was in the quiet moments, away from the public eye, that the true power of the Parsi revealed itself. In the stillness of the night, under the glow of the pale moon, a mother rocked her child, unaware that as she whispered her dreams for the boy, Clotho was already spinning a different tale. The boy would grow strong. He would love deeply and fight fiercely, but beneath the layers of promise lay a darkness that could be unleashed at any moment. As Lachesis measured out the years, she felt the tremors of fate whispering to her, revealing how the boy's path would twist into shadows of betrayal and sorrow. In a nearby tavern, a soldier drank deeply, his laughter ringing like a bell. Yet, lurking just beyond the threshold, Atropos watched with a dispassionate gaze. The soldier's bravado masked the fragility of his existence. He believed himself invincible, but the Parsi knew better. With a single flick of her shears, fate could turn a night of revelry into a haunting echo of loss, transforming a hero into a memory. As the sisters continued their work, the threads of fate intertwined with the lives of countless Romans, each moment a decision, each decision a step closer to destiny. The air grew thick with tension as choices were made, paths crossed, and hearts entwined, all under the sinister influence of the Parsi. Their laughter danced like shadows in the corners of bustling marketplaces, a constant reminder of the unseen forces at play. And so, the streets of Rome remained a stage for the grand performance of fate, the Parsi the unseen directors guiding each scene. With each thread spun, measured, and cut, the lives of the citizens moved toward inevitable conclusions, a powerful force shaping their destinies in ways they could not comprehend. The stories whispered in alleyways and echoed in the hearts of the people were woven together by the cunning hands of the sisters, binding them in a tapestry of both beauty and despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, the Parsi lingered, their sinister influence palpable. The night stretched before them, ripe with possibilities, yet heavy with the knowledge that with every breath taken, the threads of fate drew tighter. The citizens of Rome stood unwittingly on the precipice of their fates, oblivious to the dark, swirling forces at work just beyond their sight. Each moment was a heartbeat closer to the inevitable, and all they could do was play their parts, unaware of the chilling grip of the Parsi guiding them toward their destinies, forever twisting and turning, never quite escaping their watchful gaze. The sky darkened as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, a warning of the wrath that was about to be unleashed. In the ancient world, the gods were not distant figures of reverence and worship. They were volatile, fiery beings driven by emotion and a fierce sense of justice. Mortals lived in constant fear of their whims, for the divine had a way of making their discontent known, and retribution was seldom a gentle matter. In the bustling streets of Athens, a humble merchant named Lysander felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. His small stall was filled with colorful wares, but his heart was heavy. Just that morning, he had overheard a couple of wealthy patrons mocking the gods, their laughter echoing through the marketplace like a death knell. "Why should we fear the gods?" one had sneered. "They are too busy with their own quarrels to bother with us mortals." Lysander shivered, recalling the ancient tales passed down through generations. Stories of gods who smote entire cities for a simple act of disrespect or who turned friends into foes in the blink of an eye. He knew, deep in his bones, that the gods demanded not just reverence but an unwavering loyalty that could shatter lives in an instant. Meanwhile, in the depths of Mount Olympus, a council of ageless deities convened. Zeus, with his piercing gaze, could not hide the simmering fury beneath his regal exterior. "Do they dare mock us?" he thundered, raising a hand that crackled with energy. "Let them be reminded of our power." His voice echoed like a storm, and the other gods nodded in grim agreement, understanding that the time for retribution was drawing near. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a palpable tension enveloped the city. Rumors swept through the alleys. Strange occurrences were being reported. Farmers were waking up to barren fields. Fishermen returned to shore with empty nets. Children spoke of shadows lurking just beyond their windows, and laughter turned to whispers as fear gripped the hearts of even the bravest souls. In the heart of the city, Lysander sensed an impending doom. He hurried home, glancing over his shoulder as every rustle of leaves and distant clap of thunder sent a shiver of dread rippling through him. His wife, Helena, stood at the door, worry etched on her face. "What troubles you, my love?" she asked, her voice trembling like a delicate leaf. "We have angered the gods," he whispered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "I fear we will pay the price for the arrogance of others." That night, the storm broke. Rain lashed against the rooftops of Athens, and lightning illuminated the sky like the wrath of the divine made manifest. The very earth trembled, and a deep, earth-shattering roar echoed through the streets. It was as if the gods themselves had descended from their heavenly abodes, furious and unyielding. Across the city, chaos erupted. Homes collapsed under the weight of the tempest, and the once bustling marketplace lay in ruins, a testament to hubris. The divine retribution had arrived, merciless and undeniable. Each crash of thunder felt like the gods' laughter, mocking the very souls who had dared to defy them. Lysander and Helena sought refuge in their small dwelling, clutching each other in a desperate embrace. The walls shook violently as if the gods were shaking their fists in anger. "We must pray," Helena cried, fear sparking her voice like a lit fuse. "We can't just sit here." With trembling hands, Lysander lit an old oil lamp, its flickering light illuminating their faces. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, the very air thick with the scent of impending doom. "What if it's too late?" he murmured, doubt creeping into his heart. As the storm raged outside, a solitary figure emerged into the chaos. A priestess of Athena, known for her wisdom and foresight, ran through the deluge, her white robes billowing like clouds. "Hurry!" she cried to the people around her. "The gods have demanded a sacrifice to quell their wrath. The city must unite to appease them." Her words cut through the fear like a beacon, igniting a flicker of hope among the despairing crowd. But for many, the thought of sacrifice was terrifying. They could not bear to lose what little they had left. The priestess's voice rang out again. "Only through humility and unity can we temper the storm." Yet as the night wore on, divisions deepened. Some shouted for action, demand for blood in the name of appeasement, while others clung to the belief that the gods would relent if they simply prayed harder. Tensions flared, and the once closed community turned into a battleground of self-preservation. In the midst of this turmoil, a figure cloaked in shadows watched with a smirk. Eris, the goddess of discord, delighted in the chaos. It was her nature to stir the pot, to turn allies into enemies with a mere whisper. She thrived on the fear and uncertainty, her laughter mingling with the storm's roar, a cruel reminder that the gods could be as vengeful as they were powerful. "Look how easily they turn on each other," she mused to herself, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. The divine drama was far from over, and the tragic threads of fate were being woven into a tapestry of violence and despair. As dawn approached, the storm began to subside, but the air was thick with tension. The citizens of Athens, drained and desperate, gathered in the square, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. They had one choice left: to confront the gods together or risk total annihilation. And so, as the first rays of light broke through the murky clouds, the faintest glimmer of hope emerged. Would they find the strength to unite, to offer themselves as a sacrifice for the greater good? Or would the gods' vengeance rain down upon them, leaving nothing but echoes of their arrogance and disunity in its wake? The ground beneath them had begun to shake again, and with it, the promise of divine retribution loomed ever closer, ready to consume those too proud to bend, too stubborn to repent. The flickering glow of a single candle cast haunting shadows across the walls of the ancient chamber. It was here, in the stillness of this forgotten place, that the whispers of the long dead stirred restlessly. They were voices not yet at peace, echoing through time, desperately seeking connection with the living. The air thickened, charged with an otherworldly energy that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. This was no ordinary room. It was a sacred space where the veil between the worlds thinned, a sanctuary for those who dared to commune with their ancestors. Around the world, different cultures have embraced the sacred duty of honoring the dead, treating them not as mere memories, but as active participants in the lives of the living. In ancient Egypt, the tombs of pharaohs were elaborate, filled with treasures meant to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The belief was that the dead would influence the living, guiding their fortunes and protecting them from malevolent spirits. Mummification preserved not just the body but also the essence of the individual, ensuring that their spirit would remain present and powerful. As the candle sputtered, the shadows danced, revealing the outline of a figure kneeling in front of a simple altar adorned with offerings of food and drink. The air was thick with incense, the sweet smell intermingling with something darker, something that hinted at the weight of the past. This was a ritual, an act of devotion and reverence, where the lines between life and death blurred, and the living called forth their ancestors to share in the moment. In the Andes, sacred ceremonies called Pachamama honored not only the earth, but also the ancestors who walked before them. Families gathered around, their faces illuminated by the soft light of a fire, sharing stories of those who had passed. They believed that the spirits of their ancestors walked among them, offering guidance and wisdom, their presence felt in the rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind. A child's laughter intertwined with tales of a grandmother who once tended to the fields, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the earth they tilled. But the powerful connection to the dead was not without its shadows. The practice of necromancy emerged in various cultures, a dark art that sought to summon the spirits of the deceased, not merely to honor them but to wield their power. In ancient Greece, necromancers would venture to the shores of the underworld, where they performed rituals to beckon the souls of the departed. With their incantations, they sought knowledge and prophecy, begging the dead to share their secrets, merging their fates in a dance that was as dangerous as it was alluring. The tension in the room grew palpable, the wax of the candle dripping like time itself, pooling into a puddle of memories and longing. Each flicker of the flame seemed to echo the heartbeat of the living and the dead, a symphony of life and death that resonated deep within the soul. In that moment, the walls seemed to pulse with unspoken words, the air thick with a yearning so profound it felt like a weight pressing down on the chest. The living longed for the touch of the deceased, for their guidance, their wisdom, their love. Across the globe, in the heart of West Africa, ancestor worship was woven into daily life. The Yoruba people believed that the spirits of their ancestors were guardians, watching over them and providing blessings. Every year, families would gather for rituals that involved offerings of food, prayers, and songs, ensuring that the dead were honored and remembered. The living sought their blessings to navigate the struggles of the present, a bond that transcended time and space. In those moments of connection, the ancestors were not merely revered. They were felt, their presence intertwining with the heartbeat of the family. Yet, there existed a darker side to the call of the dead. In medieval Europe, in the shadowy corners of towns and during the witch trials, whispers of necromancy filled the air like a sinister fog. With a mix of fear and fascination, some sought to manipulate the dead, using their spirits for personal gain. The act of raising the dead became not only a quest for knowledge but a desperate gamble with forces beyond comprehension. The risk was grave. The consequences could lead to madness, despair, or worse, a tethering to a world that should remain untouched. As night deepened, the flickering candle revealed a face, etched in deep lines of concentration and yearning. The figure reached out, palms pressed together in a silent prayer, the very air around them seemingly holding its breath. The whispers of the departed began to rise, filling the room with an echo of voices, a tapestry of stories longing to be told. The living sought comfort, guidance, and strength, wanting to feel that love that had not faded with death. Suddenly, a chill swept through the space, wrapping around the figure like a ghostly cloak. It was both alluring and terrifying, the sensation of being watched, of the past breathing life into the present. In that charged moment, the divide between the living and the dead felt razor-thin. A gossamer thread stretched to its breaking point. A voice, soft and ethereal, drifted through the air, carrying with it the weight of centuries. It spoke of love, loss, and the enduring bond that could never be severed, igniting a fire within the heart that was impossible to extinguish. The candle flickered one last time, casting shadows that twisted and turned, blurring reality with the specter of something more profound. Ancient rites, rituals, and incantations spilled forth from the lips of the figure, drawing forth the power of the ancestors in a desperate plea. The energy crackled in the air, a symphony of emotions, fear, adoration, longing, binding the living to the dead in a timeless waltz that promised danger and enlightenment in equal measure. And just as the boundaries began to dissolve, a knock echoed through the chamber, a sound that jolted the figure back to the present. The world outside, filled with the mundane, clashed with the sacred moment within. The candle sputtered, casting one last flicker of light before dimming, whispering secrets of the past that lingered just beyond the grasp of understanding. The living had called upon the dead, and somewhere, something had begun to awaken, ready to bridge the gap between what was and what could be. The dance was far from over, and the night held promises yet unfulfilled, secrets yet to be unearthed, and a connection to the dead that would shape the living's journey forevermore. In the shadow of ancient walls, where the weight of time pressed down like a heavy fog, the air crackled with tension. A young soldier tightened his grip on his sword, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum. He was about to cross paths with destiny, but not in the way he expected. Just beyond the battlements, two figures came together under the pale glow of the moon. One was fierce and fiery like the dawn, the other dark and brooding as a stormy night. This was not merely a meeting of minds but a collision of titans, a dance of love and war. The soldier, Marcus, watched as the goddess of love, Venus, and the god of war, Mars, engaged in their eternal game. Their presence rippled through the battlefield like a forgotten melody, drawing soldiers and warriors into their magnetic pull. Venus, with her flowing hair that caught the light like spun gold, radiated warmth and compassion, a stark contrast to Mars, whose chiseled features bore the scars of countless battles. Their chemistry ignited the air around them, each glance and touch a silent promise of passion and conflict interwoven like threads in a tapestry. The battlefield, littered with remnants of a recent skirmish, served as a backdrop to this grand spectacle. Blood-stained earth mingled with the scent of wildflowers, creating an unsettling beauty that whispered of love and loss. Soldiers, weary and bloodied, turned their attention from the fight to the spectacle above. The tension between the two deities electrified the atmosphere, suggesting that the outcomes of battles often lay not merely in strategy or strength, but in the hearts of those involved. As Mars flexed his muscles, a warrior's spirit shining through, he challenged Venus with his eyes. She responded not with fear but with a playful smile, one that promised both tenderness and turmoil. Their banter was sharp, filled with the kind of passion that ignites wars and homes alike. Yet, beneath the surface, there were unspoken understandings, a truce, perhaps, forged in the fires of past conflicts. Each knew that love and war were two sides of the same coin, forever tangled in a dance as old as time itself. Marcus felt a surge of longing. He yearned for the kind of love that could move mountains, that could quell the chaos around him. He thought of Livia, the woman he had left behind, her laughter a sweet memory echoing in his mind. Would she understand this dance of gods? Would she see that he, too, was caught in the throes of war, not just for land but for the heart that beat within his chest? Venus, aware of the yearning in the hearts of mortals, turned her gaze toward Marcus. It was as if she could see his struggle, could feel the weight of his unspoken desires. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she sent a wave of warmth cascading over him, igniting hope where despair threatened to take root. In that moment, the battlefield transformed. It blossomed into a realm where love could flourish amid the chaos, where even a soldier could dream of tenderness in the face of brutality. Mars, ever the warrior, felt the shift in the atmosphere. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of jealousy flashing across his rugged features. "Love is a weakness," he growled, his voice deep and resonant. His words held the weight of 1,000 battles fought for glory and honor. Yet in his heart, there was an uncertainty. Could a heart consumed by war ever truly grasp the essence of love? The two deities circled each other, tension building like a storm on the horizon. It was a battle of their own, a fight to prove which force held more power over the world. For Mars, the thrill of combat was intoxicating. For Venus, the warmth of love was a beacon in the darkness. Each moment brought them closer to an explosive conclusion, a moment that would send shockwaves through the ages. The soldiers around Marcus shifted uneasily, sensing the clash of titans above. The air was thick with anticipation, a collective breath held in the throats of warriors who had seen too much pain and too many losses. They longed for something more than bloodshed, for a reminder that hope could bloom even in the most barren of landscapes. And then, in a moment that seemed to suspend time itself, Venus stepped closer to Mars, her voice a silken thread weaving through the tension. "You fight for glory, but what is glory without love? It is fleeting, like the embers of a dying fire. Love endures, it transforms us." Her words resonated, and for a heartbeat, the battlefield faded away, leaving only the two of them suspended in an ethereal space. But Mars was not easily swayed. He stepped forward, challenging her with an intensity that made the ground shake beneath them. And what of those who die for love? What of those who bleed on this very soil? They do so for honor, for the legacy of their names. Love does not shield the heart from loss. It exposes it to greater pain. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing in the hearts of every soldier present. They felt it, the struggle between the two forces that had shaped their lives, the very essence of their existence. Marcus felt the pull of both sides, torn between the warmth of Venus and the fiery passion of Mars. The earth trembled beneath them, and their words ignited the air like firecrackers, illuminating the darkness enveloping the battlefield. The soldiers could feel the heat, their skin prickling with the urgency of the moment. Love bloomed in the corners of their minds, even as the specter of war loomed overhead, creating an intoxicating mixture of hope and despair. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, pulling Marcus from his reverie. A wounded soldier stumbled into view, dragging himself across the ground, his face smeared with dirt and blood. The sight sent a jolt through Marcus, a stark reminder that love and war were not merely abstract ideas but lived realities, intertwined in the fabric of their lives. This was not just a conflict of gods. It was a reflection of their world, where love sometimes led to loss, and battles often left scars that never healed. As the soldier fell before them, the tension between Venus and Mars reached a breaking point. Would they allow this moment to define them? Would they choose love or war? The air grew thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that swept over the battlefield, binding the soldiers together in a shared heartbeat, a common desire for a resolution that felt just out of reach. In that moment, the world held its breath, waiting for the answer to be revealed. Would love triumph over the chaos of war, or would the blood of mortals serve only as fuel for the eternal flames of conflict? The answer was blurred, like a distant horizon obscured by a storm. Yet, one thing was certain. The dance of Venus and Mars would continue, a relentless cycle of passion and conflict that would shape destinies for generations to come. The soldiers, feeling the weight of their lives hanging in the balance, prepared for the next moment, ready to either love or fight, to embrace their fates or resist with every ounce of their being. The bloodthirsty realm around them pulsed with energy, and the echoes of love and war blended together, creating a symphony that would resonate throughout history, ensuring that the struggle between these two powerful forces would never truly end. Thunder rumbled across the expanse of an iron-gray sky, a warning delivered with ferocity. Below, the land quaked under the power of a god who was not to be trifled with. Jupiter, the mighty king of the gods, watched from his stormy throne as anger brewed like dark clouds above. His very essence was woven into the fabric of the universe, a reminder of both creation and destruction. He was revered and feared, the giver of life yet the harbinger of chaos. In ancient Rome, his name was whispered with reverence, each mention a blend of awe and dread. Statues of him loomed over the city, powerful yet imposing, their marble features capturing the very essence of his wrath. Yet, beyond the stone and worship, there lay a darker tale, one of vengeance, jealousy, and the unyielding specter of power gone awry. The history of Jupiter was not marked merely by his grandeur. It was riddled with tales of betrayal and fury. The myths of old spoke of his unmatchable strength, but they also recounted the shadows that followed in his wake. A king whose might was unparalleled, he acted with a fury that sent chills down the spines of mortals and gods alike. His thundering voice echoed through the heavens, commanding respect and instilling fear. One might remember the story of the Titan, Cronus, who swallowed his own children to prevent them from overthrowing him. Jupiter, the youngest, was spared by a clever ruse. Raised in secret, he returned to challenge his father, wielding a thunderbolt that crackled with the very essence of the skies. The battle was cataclysmic, a clash of titans that tore the very fabric of the world apart. The earth trembled as the heavens shook. With every strike, the air crackled with electricity, and with every roar, mountains quaked. In that moment, Jupiter reclaimed his throne, but victory came at a cost. A stark reminder that power could just as easily corrupt as it could uplift. In his ascension, the tales grew twisted. The passion of his wrath was unleashed upon those who dared to cross him. It was said that he punished the insolent with storms that raged for days, saturating the earth until it flooded with despair. Rivers swelled, and entire cities succumbed to the rage of the King of Gods. Priests prayed fervently, offering sacrifices, hoping to appease the storm that brewed within him. They knew that one moment of anger could bring their world crumbling down. The thunderous laughter of Jupiter echoed through the halls of Olympus, a sound that reverberated with both joy and malice. He found amusement in his own games, toying with mortals and gods alike, casting down his fury upon those who displeased him. One fateful encounter was that of Lycaon, a king who dared to question the divinity of Jupiter. In his insolence, he served human flesh at a banquet, testing the god's patience. The rooms filled with laughter quickly turned to silence as Jupiter's eyes flared with divine outrage. The ground split asunder, and with a voice that could shake the very heavens, he turned Lycaon into a wolf, a creature forever haunted by his own bestial nature. Jupiter's wrath was not limited to mere mortals. Even the gods in Olympus trembled before him. Venus, the goddess of love, fell victim to his jealousy. When she dared to choose a mortal lover over him, his fury was unleashed. In a fit of rage, he cast her beloved into the depths of despair, shattering their love as easily as glass. The very essence of love twisted into pain, a reminder that the heart of a god could be as cruel as it was passionate. Yet, amid this tempest of wrath, there lay moments of quiet reflection, rare glimpses into the soul of a god eternally burdened by the weight of his power. Jupiter gazed out over the world he ruled, a world where mortals lived in constant fear of his whims. He often pondered the loneliness that came with his dominion. The throne of Olympus was cold, and the feasts that once brought joy now felt like hollow celebrations in the face of his omnipotence. In secret, he yearned for connection, for understanding. But the shadows of his rage loomed large. They were a part of him, inextricably tied to his identity. The more he sought companionship, the more his power alienated him. A cruel cycle, unbroken and unyielding. As storms brewed, the skies darkened, and the winds howled with a fury that rattled the very foundations of Olympus. Each bolt of lightning was a reminder of his might, a visual representation of the unending struggle between his desire for acceptance and the wrath that surged within him. Creatures of the earth felt this tension. The animals sensed the fury of the god hovering above them, while the people below whispered tales of his might in hushed tones. Amid the reverence, there was fear, an unspoken acknowledgement that Jupiter's wrath could sweep through their lives like wildfire. The world around him was a tapestry of emotion. Fear, reverence, love, and anger intertwined. The mortals never dared to forget the stories of his wrath. Tales passed from generation to generation. They understood that Jupiter was a god who could just as easily bless their harvests as he could unleash a storm that would obliterate their homes. Yet, in the quiet corners of twilight, as the sun sank beneath the horizon, Jupiter's heart ached for something more. Would there ever be a time when he could break free from the chains of his own making? Time marched on, and the stories of his wrath would continue to echo throughout history. Tales of the dark side of Jupiter, a king burdened by the very power that elevated him to greatness. And as the clouds roiled and the thunder boomed once more, the air thick with tension, it became clear that the storm was far from over. The darkness within Jupiter was a storm that could consume the heavens, leaving only shadows in its wake. And in those shadows, history awaited, ready to entwine the threads of his legacy with the next tale of power, betrayal, and vengeance. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the shores of Carthage. Waves lapped gently against the rocks, whispering secrets of love and longing to anyone who would listen. Among these whispers was one heart that beat fervently with yearning, a heart belonging to Dido, the queen of Carthage. Her eyes, bright like the stars emerging against the twilight, were clouded with a mix of hope and despair. for love had woven a complex web around her soul. When Aeneas had first arrived, a weary traveler with stories of a fallen Troy and a destined future, Dido had welcomed him with open arms. Her city was his refuge, and in that hospitality blossomed a love that ignited like wildfire. Yet, even as their hearts intertwined, the specter of betrayal loomed ominously over them, like a storm on the horizon, waiting to unleash its fury. Dido, with her fierce loyalty and unwavering devotion, had given Aeneas her whole heart, unwittingly placing her fate in the hands of a man marked by destiny. As they walked the beautiful gardens of Carthage, surrounded by vibrant flowers and the scent of sweet spices, Dido felt a flicker of hope. Aeneas spoke of his dreams, his future, and in those moments, he felt like a god to her, a beacon of light in a world often shadowed by darkness. She laughed, her laughter ringing like music in the air, and for a while, the burdens of her past faded into nothingness. But life, as it often does, turned cruel. The gods, in their capriciousness, whispered to Aeneas of his fate. He was meant to leave, to seek out a new home, a new future in Italy. Torn between duty and love, he could feel the pull of destiny dragging him away from Dido. The day he announced his departure, the world seemed to shatter around her. The sun dimmed and the sky turned gray as despair swept through her like an unrelenting tide. "Please, Aeneas," she begged, her voice breaking. "Do not leave me. I have given you everything. What more can you take from me?" Her heartache was palpable, raw, and haunting, echoing through the walls of her palace as if the very stones shared in her pain. She could see the anguish in his eyes, a reflection of the struggle within his soul. But destiny was a cruel master, and he could not stay. As he turned to leave, her world spiraled into a darkness that she could not comprehend. The Queen of Carthage, once so strong and powerful, felt herself falter. She had built her kingdom from the ashes of her past, but now it felt as if the earth beneath her was crumbling. Waves of betrayal crashed over her like a storm, and she felt utterly powerless. Dido's heart was a battlefield, one where love and despair fought fiercely. She wandered through the palace, her mind swirling with memories of laughter, shared dreams, and tender touches. Each room echoed with his presence, amplifying her solitude. The once vibrant palace felt like a mausoleum, filled with reminders of the love that was and the love that would never be. Days turned into endless nights, and Dido's spirit began to wither. She roamed the shores where they had once walked together, the salt water stinging her wounds like a bitter reminder of what she had lost. The people of Carthage whispered of their queen's despair, their hearts heavy with sympathy as they watched her unravel. They could see the shadows under her eyes, the way her laughter had died, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. In her grief, Dido found herself standing before a blazing pyre, the flames licking at the sky with an intensity that mirrored her anguish. She had been betrayed by the very man she loved, and the thought twisted like a dagger in her heart. "If he will not love me in life, then let me find peace in death," she whispered, the words falling like tears from her lips. With resolve mingled with sorrow, she took the dagger that had once been a symbol of protection and honor. In that moment, the world outside faded into insignificance. The sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if the heavens themselves wept for her fate. Dido felt a calm wash over her as she pressed the cold steel to her heart, a tragic finality that sent shivers through her very being. Her thoughts turned to Aeneas, the man who had brought both bliss and despair, and in that fleeting moment, she felt a surge of love and betrayal intertwine within her. "May the winds carry my love to you, even in death," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper against the roaring flames. As she fell onto the pyre, engulfed in fire and sorrow, a sense of liberation washed over her. In that instant, her love transcended the boundaries of life and death. The flames flickered, and in that violent blaze, Dido became a figure of tragedy, a queen whose heart, once vibrant and filled with dreams, had succumbed to the darker forces of fate. The winds howled around her, as if the earth itself mourned the loss of a queen bound by passion and despair. Love, in its most potent and tragic form, had consumed her. In the heart of Carthage, whispers of her story would echo for eternity, a testament to the powerful forces of love and betrayal that can shape destinies. As the smoke spiraled into the sky, it carried with it the essence of Dido, a woman whose heart had burned brightly, only to be extinguished by the cruel hands of fate. The world continued to turn, oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded. Yet the shadows of Dido's love and despair would forever linger in the annals of history, waiting to intertwine with the tales that follow. The air thickened with an unsettling chill as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the windswept cliffs. In the fading light, whispers danced like phantoms, hinting at the ancient terror that soared above. There, silhouetted against the fiery sky, were the Harpies, their wings spread wide, each beat stirring the dust of forgotten tales. They were not mere creatures of myth. They were the embodiment of fear, stealing away both treasures and souls, leaving devastation in their wake. Legends spoke of their ravenous hunger, a constant need that drove them to snatch whatever glimmered in the eyes of mortals. They thrived on chaos, a maddening force that left towns in ruins. The Harpies were said to have been born from the stormy winds, with a lineage tracing back to the union of the sea and the sky. Their parentage imbued them with power, an unholy blend of nature's wrath and the sharp edge of greed. Clawing at the hearts of sailors and farmers alike, these winged spirits pierced the very soul of those they encountered. In the quiet town of Aegina, where salt clung to the air like a bitter memory, the villagers shared tales around flickering fires. Old men spoke in hushed tones, their faces lined with worry. "They come at dusk," one would say, his voice trembling. "You can hear the wind shift, feel it change. Then you know they are near." The children, wide-eyed and trembling, would clutch their parents, not daring to look toward the cliffs. For once the Harpies set their sights on a prize, no one was safe. Their shrieks, a mix of sorrow and hunger, echoed through the valleys, haunting the dreams of anyone who dared to sleep. On a particularly bleak night, under a sky swollen with rain, a fisherman named the Los set out to sea, unaware of the storm brewing above. He had heard the stories, felt the tremors of fear coursing through the village, but the promise of a bountiful catch was too tempting. As he cast his net into the dark waters, something shimmered below, dragging his gaze. It was a golden chalice, half buried in the sand, glinting like a star fallen from the heavens. Thalos's heart raced. This was a treasure deserving of legends. But as he reached for the chalice, a gust of wind whipped across the water, chilling him to the bone. From the darkness above came a cacophony of cries, sharp, piercing, and filled with longing. In that moment, the weight of the stories consumed him. The Harpies had come for him, drawn by the shine of his find. Panic unfurled within him as he turned to look for escape, but their shadows loomed larger than life, a wild dance of destruction. Their wings flashed like blackened clouds, blotting out the moonlight. Thalos's breath hitched in his throat as he scrambled back to his boat, the once calm waters now roiling with dread. As he rowed with frantic fervor, he caught glimpses of their ghastly forms, long matted hair, eyes like empty voids, and talons poised to snatch him from the fragile safety of his vessel. The air crackled with their fury, a storm of shrieks that seemed to claw at his sanity. "I should have listened," he thought, the realization sinking in like an anchor dragging him down. The tales of the villagers echoed louder now, each word a reminder of his folly. Just as the Harpies descended closer, their shrieks piercing through the night, Thalos's boat rocked violently, swamped by the waves of terror crashing against him. In a desperate bid to save himself, he let go of the chalice, watching it sink beneath the surface, lost to the depths. The moment he relinquished his grasp, he felt the dark presence retreat, the Harpies drawn away by a new flicker of temptation. They shrieked in frustration, their cries mingling with the howling wind, and for that fleeting moment, he felt relief wash over him. But the price for his survival weighed heavy. The Harpies' anger, a palpable force, surged through the night, searching for new prey. Thalos's heart sank as he realized his choice had not freed him. It had merely set the stage for more suffering. Behind him loomed the cliffs, where shadows danced and flickered with the promise of destruction. Their hunger was insatiable, and as they circled him, he knew that they would not give up easily. In the village, the firelight flickered, illuminating the worried faces of those who waited. They whispered prayers to the gods, hoping their protector would shield them from the approaching storm. But the winds carried the echoes of the harpies' cries, weaving through the streets, bending the very spirits of the townsfolk. They too could feel the weight of despair settling upon them, an unshakable heaviness that clawed at their hearts. As the dawn approached, the villagers gathered at the shore, eyes fixed on the horizon, searching for signs of the Los. But deep down, they could sense the change in the air, a dark omen that twisted within their chests. The harpies, winged spirits of theft and destruction, were not just coming for treasures. They craved something far more precious, their very essence, their hope, their dreams. What awaited them was a reckoning, as the shadows of history loomed ever closer, and the winds of fate began to shift in ways unimaginable. With each beat of their wings, the harpies etched fear into the hearts of the villagers, marking them as the next chapter in their age-old tale of chaos. The air vibrated with tension, a silent promise that the story was far from over, pulling the threads of destiny tighter, weaving a tapestry of dread that enveloped all. The air was thick with dread, a palpable shiver creeping down the spines of those who dared to whisper the names of the Furies. These were not gentle spirits, nor benign figures of folklore. They were the relentless avengers, creatures of vengeance who dwelled in the dark corners of the underworld. With eyes that burned like embers and wings that rustled like dead leaves, they emerged from the shadows, ready to serve justice on those who had wronged the innocent and betrayed the bonds of family. In the ancient world, where gods and monsters walked among mortals, the Furies were the embodiment of retribution. Their origins were steeped in blood and fury, born from the drops of the blood of Uranus, the sky, as it fell upon Gaia, the earth. From that terrible origin, they came forth, fierce and unyielding, tasked with hunting down wrongdoers who escaped earthly punishment. Their names, Alecto, Megira, and Tisiphone, were spoken with a hushed reverence, as if uttering them aloud could summon their wrath. Alecto, the relentless one, was the guardian of moral crimes, punishing those who indulged in deceit and treachery. Megira, the jealous one, targeted those whose greed spiraled into betrayal, and Tisiphone, the avenger of murder, was the most feared, tracking down those who took innocent lives. Each sister wielded a whip, a twisted instrument of suffering that could mark a soul for eternity. The very thought of their approach was enough to send chills through the bravest hearts. Once, a man named Orestes found himself on the wrong side of fate, a victim of betrayal and family curse. His mother, Clytemnestra, had slain his father, Agamemnon, a crime that rang with the echoes of the Furies' fury. Orestes was bound by duty and blood, forced to avenge his father's death, a path fraught with horror and despair. As he drew his dagger, the weight of his decision bore down on him, and the Furies stirred in the underworld, their howls of rage reverberating through the earth. In their realm, shadows danced with a life of their own. The Furies glided through the darkness, each step a tremor of impending doom. They were the embodiment of every broken promise and every shattered trust, their presence an unyielding reminder of the consequences of sin. The souls of the damned, once vibrant and full of life, now languished in torment, forever haunted by their misdeeds, crying out for mercy that would never come. As Orestes struck down Clytemnestra, unleashing the fury of his own heart, the Furies manifested in a swirl of darkness, their screams echoing in his ears like the wails of the lost. "Justice must be served," they cried, their voices a chorus of despair, compelling him to face the consequences of his actions. With each step he took away from the scene of his crime, he could feel their relentless pursuit, their anger pressing against him like a weight too heavy to bear. Their pursuit was not merely a physical chase. It was an emotional storm, a whirlwind of guilt and shame that threatened to consume him. Orestes was tormented by visions of his mother's death, the horror of his act seeping into his very soul. The Furies thrived on this turmoil, their whispers growing louder, filling his mind with the haunting refrain of vengeance and justice. They were not mere spirits. They were the very essence of retribution, and their demands were insatiable. In the depths of the underworld, the Furies held court, their eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. They judged the souls brought before them, their verdicts swift and merciless. The wicked trembled as they faced the Furies' wrath, knowing that absolution was beyond their grasp. A man who had betrayed his friend, a woman who had taken her child's life, each faced the Furies with growing dread, the weight of their sins pressing down like a shroud. As Orestes fled, the Furies closed in, their forms flickering with the shadows of the damned. He could hear their whispers, an unending chant that echoed through the night. You cannot escape. Justice will find you. Each night was a relentless torment, each day a battle against the memories he could not erase. The walls of his mind closed in, suffocating him with reminders of what he had done. And still they pursued him, relentless as the tide. Desperation drove him to the oracle at Delphi, seeking a way to rid himself of the Furies' grasp. But the truth was inscribed in the stars, a fate woven into the very fabric of his existence. The Furies would not be denied. They were the very breath of vengeance, a storm that could not be calmed. Even as he sought redemption, their presence loomed like a dark cloud overhead, always reminding him that escape was an illusion. The whispers of the Furies became a part of the fabric of society, woven into the tales of those who dared to defy the gods. Their existence was a reminder that justice would always come, no matter how far you ran. In every corner of the ancient world, stories of their wrath echoed, tales of men and women brought low by their own sins, haunted by the shadows of the Avengers. They were an ever-present specter, lurking in the minds of those who dared to tread the line between right and wrong. In the hall of the underworld, their laughter twisted with the cries of the damned, an eerie symphony of justice and punishment. A man who had stolen a loaf of bread stumbled before them, trembling as he awaited his fate. The Furies eyed him with disdain, their wings rustling like a storm about to break. They demanded retribution not just for the act but for the essence of greed that lay deep within him. As the Furies unleashed their power, the man felt the weight of his sins bearing down, the darkness swirling around him in a tight embrace. No one escaped their judgment, and no one could hide from their sight. They were the eternal reminder that the scales of justice would always balance, that every action would have its price. And as they took their toll, the world continued to spin, oblivious to the chaos they wrought in the shadows, where justice and vengeance intertwined in an endless dance. With each turn of the wheel, the Furies propelled the cycle of retribution, their laughter echoing in the hearts of men, a haunting reminder that the past is never truly gone, and the future is forever intertwined with the sins of the present. In their pursuit of justice, they were the restless spirits that lingered, waiting for the moment when someone would cross the line, for then they would rise again. In the dim light of the underworld, an eternal thirst gnawed at the soul of Tantalus. He stood in a pool of water, its shimmering surface reflecting the pale glow of the distant torches. But the water was a cruel trick, forever just beyond his grasp. Each time he bent to drink, it receded, a taunting mirage that left him drier than the parched sands of his memories. The bitter irony of his punishment stung sharper than any blade. Once a king, adored and feasted upon the finest delicacies of the earth, he now faced an existence that was a constant reminder of his selfishness and deceit. Tantalus had once dined with gods, his table laden with abundance that would make any mortal's heart swell with envy. He had felt their laughter echo around him, a sound like music woven from gold. Yet, with every toast raised in merriment, a sliver of jealousy twisted in his heart. How could they, the divine, know the true essence of hunger? Their nectar was sweet, their ambrosia rich, but Tantalus could never be satisfied. He wanted to take from them, to prove he could outsmart even the mightiest of deities. His mind raced back to the moment of his downfall. In a devilish act of arrogance, he had invited the gods to a feast, only to serve them the flesh of his own son, Pelops. The clamor of the banquet hall faded as the gods recoiled in horror, their faces twisting with disgust. The air thickened with their wrath, and Tantalus felt the ground shake beneath him. "How dare you?" they thundered, their voices a storm crashing upon him. The punishment they bestowed was not just for murder but for the audacity to make them unwitting participants in his monstrosity. Now, Tantalus was condemned to an existence more agonizing than his darkest nightmares. He stood among the lush fruits that hung tantalizingly above him, ripe and glistening, yet completely out of reach. Every time he stretched his arm upwards, the branches recoiled, their luscious bounty dancing mockingly away. He let out a groan, the sound echoing through the cavernous halls of his eternal prison, a haunting melody that spoke of despair. The anguish of unquenchable thirst and insatiable hunger wore on Tantalus like a heavy cloak. In the moments when he could almost convince himself that he might yet taste that cool water, he was met with the same cruel fate, each failure a blow against the pride he once held dear. Shadows of his past life flickered before him, a fleeting memory of laughter, of warmth, of feasts filled with joy. But those memories were nothing but phantoms, haunting reminders of a life lost to his own folly. As time stretched on, an ache settled deep within him. The loneliness was a companion he had never wished for, yet it wrapped around him like a bitter chill. He was not just a king in torment. He was a forgotten figure in a myth that had begun to dim in the minds of men. Stories once sung by poets were now relegated to whispers and fleeting glances. The world above had moved on, leaving him trapped in a cycle of pain. In the depth of his despair, Tantalus began to ponder the choices that had led him here. He had long coveted the favor of the gods, longing to be seen not merely as a man but as a legend. Yet, in his quest for power, he had destroyed the very essence of what made him human. His heart, once filled with ambition, now echoed with regret that could never be assuaged. He thought of Pelops, the son he had betrayed, the flesh he had served on a silver platter. Tantalus could almost hear his laughter, a sound that now twisted his insides in unbearable guilt. He closed his eyes, hoping to escape the torment surrounding him, but vivid images invaded his thoughts. The festive gatherings with his family, the proud moments as a ruler, the adoration of his people. But all those memories were overshadowed by the horror of his betrayal. The gods may have condemned him, but he was the architect of his own ruin. With each passing moment, the weight of his punishment pressed down harder. The sound of dripping water echoed in the silence, a rhythm that matched the beating of his heart, a cruel reminder of what he could never have. He longed for relief, for a single drop to quench his thirst, for one bite of the fruit that dangled just above his fingertips. But the universe had conspired against him, turning his desires into a relentless torment. Then, as if to twist the knife deeper, the wailing of other souls reached his ears. The cries of the damned filtered through the darkness, each one a tale of woe that mirrored his own. They begged for mercy, for a chance to make amends, but their voices were lost in the shadows of eternity. Tantalus felt their pain resonate within him, a shared burden of regret that bonded them in the bleakness of their fate. What was it to suffer, he wondered, if not to be acutely aware of what one had lost? In this dark abyss, the memories of joy and love were a sharp contrast to the agony of his present. He felt the weight of those memories crashing over him like a wave, each crest rising higher with the tide of his sorrow, threatening to drown him. And yet, somehow he remained rooted to the spot, locked in a cycle he could not escape. As he stood there, frozen in despair and longing, he felt a twinge of hope flickering in the deep recesses of his heart. Could there be redemption? Could the gods, in their infinite cruelty, allow a chance at forgiveness? The thought was as ephemeral as the water he could never drink, but it gave him a flicker of strength, a determination to endure. And yet, just as quickly as it came, the hope was snuffed out by the weight of reality. The gods who had once laughed with him now watched from above, their gaze as cold as the stone walls of his prison. As Tantalus shifted on his feet, the ground beneath him trembled, sending ripples through the stagnant water before him. He let out a sharp gasp, a mix of pain, hope, and despair. The shadows deepened around him, and the cycle of his punishment felt as endless as the dark ocean beneath his feet. In an existence where only cruelty flourished, Tantalus was destined to wander, forever tormented by the fruits of his own making. In the flickering shadows of a crumbling city, a lone figure stood amidst the ruins, his brow furrowed with determination. Aeneas, son of Anchises and the goddess Venus, gazed upon the ashes of Troy, a city that once thrived with life and laughter. Now only echoes remained, the cries of the fallen resonating through the dust. His heart beat like a war drum, fueled by the weight of his destiny. He was not just a survivor. He was a hero in search of a new home, a new beginning. But as he looked into the horizon, a question loomed larger than the smoke rising from the ruins. Was he a beacon of hope, or merely a man blinded by his own ambition? Every footstep he took was heavy with the burden of those who had perished. Friends, family, and comrades haunted his thoughts, their faces imprinted in his mind like shadows in the night. Each face told a story of bravery and sacrifice, but also of hubris, pride that led to destruction. As Aeneas strode forward, the whispers of the fallen mingled with the winds. "Remember us," they seemed to say, "but do not forget the lessons we leave behind." The gods watched intently, their eyes glimmering with both admiration and discontent. Venus, ever the protective mother, felt the fire of her love burning fiercely for her son. She knew the challenges ahead would be immense, and yet, she also understood the dangers of unchecked ambition. Aeneas, though destined for greatness, was still a man who could falter, who could let pride cloud his judgment, leading him down a path of destruction. As days turned into nights, Aeneas gathered his companions, the remnants of Troy's bravest warriors. Together, they faced storms and monsters, each challenge testing their resolve. Yet with every victory, Aeneas felt a flicker of invincibility igniting within him. He saved his men from the clutches of despair, his words a salve to their wounded spirits. Yet, with every act of courage, with every monster slain, the fine line between heroism and hubris began to blur. Arriving on the shores of Carthage, Aeneas found himself drawn into a web of enchantment spun by the beautiful Queen Dido. Her heart, like his, was heavy with loss, and in her, Aeneas saw a glimmer of hope, a chance to share the burden of his sorrow. They laughed together under the stars, a momentary reprieve from the chaos that had consumed their lives. But beneath the laughter, a dark undertone simmered. Dido, enamored, saw Aeneas as the key to her own healing, while he, in his quest for destiny, began to drift dangerously close to forgetting his true purpose. As the seasons changed, the shadows of Troy danced in Aeneas's mind, a haunting reminder of his duty. But the warmth of Dido's embrace was intoxicating. He found himself torn between the call of his past and the allure of a new life. The gods watched with bated breath, aware that this moment could tip the scales. Was Aeneas showing true heroism by embracing love, or was he succumbing to the hubris of thinking he could escape his fate? The night of the grand feast in Carthage was alive with laughter and music, yet a storm brewed within Aeneas. As he raised his cup to toast with Dido, a weight pressed against his heart. He was a hero, yes, but also a man caught in a tug-of-war between two worlds. The cheers of his men filled the hall, yet the ghostly whispers of Troy clawed at his soul, urging him to remember his promise. "You must go," they echoed. "You must not forget your destiny." In a moment of clarity, Aeneas stepped away from the revelry, the laughter fading into a haunting silence. As he stood on the balcony, gazing at the moonlit sea, he felt the pull of fate tugging at him. Dido's heart lay bare, a delicate flower blooming in the ruins of her own despair. Could he truly be a hero while tearing her heart apart? Was it noble to pursue destiny at the cost of another's love? The turmoil swirled within him, each thought sharper than the last. That very night, Aeneas made his choice. He could not remain in Carthage, no matter how fiercely his heart yearned for Dido. Duty called louder than love, a siren song that promised glory yet threatened to drown him in sorrow. Yet, as he prepared to leave, he felt Dido's gaze pierce through him, a mixture of betrayal and heartbreak. Her love had become a chain, binding him to a life he could not lead. As dawn broke, illuminating the land in golden hues, Aeneas turned his back on a love that could have been, stepping toward a fate that awaited him with open arms and hidden dangers. The winds shifted, and the sea raged as if mirroring the tumult within Aeneas. He and his men set forth, the weight of their choices heavy upon them. Each wave crashing against the ship echoed the heartbeat of their past, a constant reminder of the lives left behind. As they sailed toward the unknown, the gods watched from their celestial thrones, their expressions unreadable. Would Aeneas rise as a true hero, or would his pride lead him to ruin? The journey was fraught with peril, monsters lurking beneath the waves, tempests that threatened to tear them apart. Yet through it all, Aeneas's resolve grew stronger. He rallied his men, his voice cutting through the chaos like a beacon in the night. They fought valiantly, each victory a testament to Aeneas's strength as a leader. Yet, each triumph also whispered a warning. Was he truly leading them to glory, or was he simply charging toward his own downfall? In the distance loomed the fabled land of Italy, a place filled with promise but also fraught with challenges that could shatter his dreams. Aeneas felt the pull of fate intensifying, each heartbeat reminding him of the mantle he bore. He was not just a man. He was a symbol of hope for those who followed him. But with that hope came a responsibility that weighed heavily on his shoulders. As he gazed at the horizon, the lines between heroism and hubris began to blur yet again. Would he be the champion who fulfilled his destiny, or would his ambition lead him to ruin? The winds howled, and the storm clouds gathered, ominous signs of the trials yet to come. Aeneas steeled himself, not knowing whether the path ahead would forge his legacy or lead him to darkness. With every swell of the sea, every beat of his heart, the tension mounted, pulling the threads of fate ever tighter. The question hung in the air like a sword poised to fall. Would he be remembered as a hero, or would history mark him as a man lost to his own pride? The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the restless sea, where waves licked the rocks like playful children. But beneath that shimmering surface lay whispers of danger, of beauty so captivating it could steal a sailor's soul. The sirens, with their enchanting voices, beckoned from distant shores, their melodies rising and falling like the tide, promising sweet release or a frightful end. Once, they were nymphs of exquisite charm, daughters of the gods, blessed with ethereal beauty. Legends tell of their hair that flowed like spun gold and eyes that sparkled like the stars, an allure that had captured many a heart. Yet, there was darkness woven into their songs. For those who lingered too long in their presence, the siren's beauty was but a facade, concealing the treachery that awaited unwary seafarers. As Odysseus sailed through the treacherous waters of the Aegean, he was warned of the sirens' deadly call. Their song, said to be the sweetest harmony ever known, could lure even the most resolute of men. With the wisdom bestowed upon him by the goddess Athena, he had taken precautions. His crew's ears were stuffed with beeswax, and he himself was bound to the mast of the ship, unable to act on the primal urge to follow the haunting melodies. The moment their song echoed across the waves, it was a chill that ran down the spine. Come closer. Come closer, they sang, their voices weaving an intricate tapestry of longing and desire. The sweetness made hearts race, and even the strongest hearts felt the pull. Each note was a silk thread that curled around the mind, wrapping tighter, drawing in those who dared listen. It was a mix of sorrow and ecstasy, a promise of knowledge and adventures only the brave could fathom. Had it not been for the foresight of Odysseus, the ship would have met the same fate as countless others. Those ships, now resting on the seafloor, were mere memories, their crews lost to the embrace of the sirens. What remained were only whispered tales of their last moments, when the beautiful voices turned hauntingly sweet, calling to them from the rocky shores. We are the sirens, the weavers of stories, the keepers of secrets. Come share in our knowledge. As the ship glided past, the sirens' frustrated cries echoed against the cliffs, a chilling reminder that beauty often masks peril. Their songs turned to wails, underscored by the desperate longing for what was lost. the taste of freedom, the thrill of life. Each lament filled the air like an impending storm, thick with emotion, a raw and desperate hunger that seared through the hearts of those who heard it. But it wasn't only Odysseus who had a brush with their deceptive beauty. Many adventurous souls had come before him, drawn in by the exquisite sound that promised fulfillment, only to find a grim end. Among those lost was the famed hero Orpheus, whose own voice could charm the very stones. He ventured to the shores of the Sirens, believing his song would outshine theirs. But instead of triumph, he discovered a power beyond his own. The Sirens' melodies were not merely music. They were a siren call to the depths of despair, capable of shattering the bravest of spirits. When the sun dipped beneath the waves, the colors of dusk painted the sky in hues of melancholy. The ocean churned and bubbled as darkness settled like a heavy cloak. Those who dared to linger felt a magnetic pull toward the haunting echoes, whispers of adventure and forbidden love mingling with the salty breeze. The Sirens, both beautiful and terrifying, were a reminder of the thin line between desire and destruction. Some would say their beauty was a curse, while others viewed it as a gift, an intoxicating blend of femininity and danger. Sailors would recount stories of their encounters, eyes wide with awe and fear, as they spoke of the Sirens' enchanting presence. Lovers long gone sought solace in their sweet songs, and those who had tasted their allure would never be the same. Each seafarer carried a fragment of their music, a haunting reminder of what they had heard and what they had lost. And so the tale of the Sirens continues, echoing across the ages. Their haunting beauty and deadly call have seeped into the very fabric of stories told by firelight. The songs linger on the lips of poets and writers, whispered in the shadows of taverns where sailors gather to share tales of the sea. Yet, no one can forget the chilling truth. The Sirens were not mere figments of imagination. They were a warning, a reflection of the human heart's darkest desires. As the night deepened, the wind carried their voices far and wide, an invitation to the bold and foolish alike. Sailors would tell their children to heed the warnings. Yet even the bravest could not resist the lure of the Sirens' call. Underneath the starry sky, the waves still crashed against the rocks, echoing the beauty and treachery of the Sirens, forever entwined with the souls of those lured to their doom. In the distance, another ship appeared, its sails billowing like wings in the moonlight. Unsuspecting, yet destined to encounter the haunting melodies that would draw them ever closer to peril. The Sirens stirred, their voices rising, ready to weave their enchantment anew, ready to ensnare the next soul yearning for what lay beyond the horizon. The sea swelled around them, a tempest of emotions, anticipation thick in the air, as the seductive call began anew. The sun dipped low on the horizon, spilling crimson light across the rocky shores of ancient Greece. Waves crashed with a roar, each one a heartbeat echoing the tension simmering in the air. Medusa stood at the water's edge, her dark hair wild and untamed, strands of serpents writhing and hissing. Each movement sent chills through the onlookers who dared gaze upon her. Once a beautiful maiden with dreams woven from golden threads, Medusa had transformed into something far more fearsome, a gorgon, cursed and cast aside. The bitterness of betrayal clung to her like a second skin. She remembered the touch of Poseidon, the god who had once admired her beauty, who had taken her in a temple dedicated to Athena. The goddess had walked in on their tryst, fury igniting in her eyes as she delivered a punishment that echoed through the ages. "Beauty will be your curse," Athena had shouted, and with a wave of her hand, Medusa's form twisted into a grotesque image. Her silky hair became a nest of serpents, and her gaze turned lethal, capable of turning even the bravest warrior into stone. That day, Medusa's heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces, each fragment a reminder of her lost humanity. With every passing moment, the weight of her anger grew heavier, like a storm gathering just beneath the surface. She felt the rage of countless women who had suffered for their beauty, for their desires, for the whims of gods and men alike. The world had forgotten her true self, and in that forgotten silence, a deeper darkness began to rise. A figure emerged from the shadows, a bold warrior named Perseus, tasked with a quest to find and destroy her. He had heard the tales of her terrifying power and was drawn not by a desire to understand her, but by a deep-rooted need to prove his worth. Armed with gifts from the gods, a reflective shield from Athena, winged sandals from Hermes, and a sword forged by the Cyclopes, he approached with a mixture of fear and bravado. As he drew closer, the air thickened, each breath feeling heavier, suffused with an ominous energy. Medusa turned, her gaze locking onto Perseus. For a fraction of a moment, he was caught in her emerald eyes, feeling the weight of her sorrow. He saw beyond the monster, glimpsing the woman who once danced in the sunlight. But just as quickly, he shook off the spell, raising his shield to protect himself from her deadly stare. His heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Did he have the strength to carry out his mission? "You do not understand." Medusa's voice slithered through the air, softer than one would expect, yet laced with the venom of betrayal. "I was cursed for being a woman, for being desired. You seek to end my life, but do you truly know what I have lost?" Her words wrapped around him, a whisper of fear and fury. Perseus hesitated. The stories had painted her as a monster, but in that moment, he felt the weight of her grief. She was not just the villain of the tale. She was the victim, fighting against a world that had cast her aside. The memories of her past flickered in her eyes like shadows, moments of laughter, joy, and dreams, all eclipsed by the darkness that had consumed her. Yet, the warrior's purpose loomed large, and with a steely resolve, he raised his sword. "I must end this," he declared, voice steady, yet trembling with doubt. The weight of the task pressed heavily on him, each word tinged with the gravity of the lives that hung in the balance. Medusa's heart twisted. She did not wish to fight, but the rage that built inside her was a potent force. With a flick of her serpentine hair, she unleashed a barrage of venomous strikes, each one infused with her pain. The ground trembled beneath them, the air thick with the scent of fear and fury. Perseus dodged, his heart pounding like a war drum. He wielded the shield, reflecting the glimmers of light back at her, hoping to find a way to talk sense into her. "We don't have to fight," he called, desperation creeping into his voice. "No more blood needs to spill. Blood has already spilled." Her voice rang out, echoing off the cliffs, infused with the power of her rage. "You come here, shielded by your gods, ready to kill, and yet you think words will save you?" The tension crackled like lightning in the air, thick and electric. Each movement felt like a dance of death, a conclusion drawing near. Perseus's heart raced, caught between the thrill of battle and a burgeoning sympathy for the creature before him. He was the hunter, yet something deep within him whispered that he was also the prey, caught in the web of injustice that had ensnared them both. As Medusa lunged, a flurry of serpents leaping from her hair, Perseus felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. In that moment, he could hear the whispers of countless women who had suffered the same fate as Medusa, their stories lost in the annals of time. The curse was not just hers. It was a curse upon all who had ever been wronged, all who had faced betrayal. The ground quaked with their struggle, each thrust and parry echoing the cries of the oppressed. The air crackled with magic and fear, each moment building to a crescendo, drawing them closer to an inevitable climax. Medusa's heart raced, her fury surging as she fought not just for her life, but for all the lives shattered by cruel gods and misguided men. And there, amidst it all, lay the question buried in the depths of their duel. Was it truly revenge she sought, or was it freedom? As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the colors of twilight, Medusa felt the weight of generations on her shoulders, the ghosts of her sisters whispering in the wind. The tide of fate was shifting, and she could sense that it was not just a battle of strength, but a confrontation of stories long silenced. Their eyes locked in a moment that held the power of eternity, both warriors caught in a web of history and emotion. Medusa's heart surged with desperation, and beneath the surface of her rage, a flicker of hope danced. A hope that perhaps, in this dreadful encounter, something greater could emerge. As the serpents writhed fiercely, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Destiny awaited its turn. A moment of choice hung delicately in the air, fragile as the last light of day slipping away. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled the skin and sent shivers racing down the spine. In the flickering light of torches, shadows danced against the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of the past. On this fateful night, the villagers gathered, their hearts pounding in unison, fueled by the hope of divine favor and the weight of their ancestors' traditions. The scent of burning herbs and sweet incense mingled with the metallic tang of blood, creating an atmosphere ripe with tension and reverence. On an altar, worn smooth by centuries of offerings, lay a sacrificial dagger, its surface glinting ominously in the firelight. It was a tool of power and desperation, a link between the mortal and the divine. In many cultures, sacrifice was not merely an act of giving. It was a plea, a promise, a testament to faith. The people believed that their offerings, be it grain, livestock, or even their own blood, were the currency with which they could bargain for blessings. The gods demanded payment, and the villagers knew their lives depended on it. As the village elder, a woman with silver hair and eyes like storm clouds, stepped forward, the crowd fell silent. She raised her arms, palms open to the heavens, her voice a soft tremor that echoed the prayers of generations. Each syllable carried the weight of years, reverberating with the hopes of mothers and fathers, the dreams of children yet to be born. They sought rain for their crops, protection from marauders, healing for the sick. In the tapestry of their lives, the gods were thread and needle, stitching fate together with each offering laid upon the altar. In the background, a young boy clutched his mother's hand tightly, his wide eyes reflecting the flames. He could feel the pulse of the rituals, the heartbeat of the earth resonating through the stones beneath his bare feet. His imagination danced with images of gods, powerful and merciful, watching over them, waiting for their prayers to rise like smoke into the night sky. Would his family's sacrifices be enough? His small mind could barely comprehend the gravity of the moment, but he felt it in his bones. The fear, the hope, the desperation. No one had told him about the animals that were to be sacrificed, that their lives were to be surrendered in the name of appeasing higher powers. Yet, as the elder gestured to the penned sheep, the boy felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He looked to the animals, their soft eyes reflecting innocence, and wondered if they too understood their fate. Each creature was a symbol of life, a living testament to the bond between human and nature. What would become of their souls? As the first sheep was led forward, bleeding in confusion, a collective breath hitched in the villagers' throats. This was the moment where faith became tangible, the crossing of boundaries between the earthly and the celestial. The elder raised the dagger, its blade shimmering like a star, and for a heartbeat, the world paused. Time stood still, and the boy's heart raced as if it were caught in the fluttering wings of a trapped bird. The dagger fell, swift and precise, and the air was filled with a chorus of gasps, some from horror, others from reverence. Blood pooled on the altar, dark and glistening, a reminder of the cost of devotion. The villagers bowed their heads, a silent acknowledgement of the sacrifice made, a ritual that echoed through ages past. Each drop of blood was a whisper of hope, a link forged in the fire of devotion and despair. But the ritual was not merely an end. It was a beginning. The elder spoke of the cycle of life, of how death nourished the earth and brought forth new life. The villagers knew that their sacrifices were not in vain. They believed that through these acts, the gods would bless them with abundance and protection. This understanding, however, came with a weight that pressed upon their shoulders, for they knew that the demands of the divine were relentless and their devotion would need to be constant. In the shadows, a flicker of doubt began to stir. What if their offerings were insufficient? What if the gods turned their backs? Whispers began to thread through the crowd like a chilling breeze. Rumors of droughts, of failed harvests, of families torn apart by hunger echoed in hushed tones. The fear of retribution loomed large, an ever-present specter that haunted every prayer. And in the heart of this fear lay the question, how much was enough? How many sacrifices would it take to secure their place in the tapestry of the divine? As the night wore on, the villagers continued their offerings, each one more desperate than the last. Children were brought forth, their small hands clutching tokens meant to represent their innocence and trust. They offered drawings, flowers, and trinkets made from clay, believing these small gifts would please the gods. With every heartfelt plea, every item placed upon the altar, the air grew heavier with emotion. Tears mingled with the blood, each drop a testament to love, fear, and the unbreakable bond between humanity and the divine. Suddenly, a crack of thunder echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. Gasps erupted as dark clouds rolled in, blocking the moonlight and cloaking the scene in an eerie twilight. The villagers looked skyward, their hearts racing. Was this a sign? The elder's voice rose above the chaos, calling for calm. But within the crowd, panic began to brew. Would this be an answer to their prayers or a warning of impending doom? In that moment, as lightning illuminated the altar, the boy felt a rush of emotion, a mixture of terror and awe. His small hands trembled at his sides, yearning to reach out to the gods, to offer his own heartbeat as a sacrifice. He was just a child, but within him burned the desire to be seen, to be heard. If only he could prove his worth, perhaps the heavens would listen. The storm rumbled again, louder this time, and the crowd's tension grew palpable. The elders' voices took on a frantic tone as they pleaded for signs, for any hint of the gods' favor. In their desperation, they grasped at the threads of hope, weaving together prayers that reached for the heavens. The boy closed his eyes, wishing with all his heart that his family would be spared, that their sacrifices would be enough to tip the scales toward mercy. But as the first raindrops began to fall, the villagers stood frozen, caught between hope and fear. The storm raged above them, and the blood on the altar glistened like a promise unfulfilled, binding them all together in this moment of uncertainty. In the darkened corners of the cosmos, where light flickers like a distant candle in an endless night, Ixion was bound. Screams of anguish echoed through the void as he struggled against the cruel restraints of his punishment. A wheel of searing flames, an inferno that crackled and hissed, awaited him, spinning endlessly in a cruel mockery of the wheel of life he had once known. This was not just any wheel. It was a living embodiment of his guilt, a relentless reminder of betrayal and hubris. Ixion, once a proud king of the Lapiths, had tasted the sweet nectar of power and turned it sour with his reckless ambition. He had foolishly welcomed the gods into his home, only to turn on them with a wicked heart. It started with arrogance, an inflated sense of self that had no bounds. When he dared to insult Zeus, the ruler of Olympus, he sealed his fate. The gods had looked upon him with disdain, and his punishment was not to be swift. It would be eternal. The wheel loomed above him, forged from the very essence of despair. Each spoke a testament to the lives lost in Ixion's cruel wake. As it ignited beneath him, flames danced like spirits in a frenzy, licking at his flesh, leaving behind trails of scorching agony. The heat was unbearable, but it was the emotional torment that truly unraveled him. Memories flashed before his eyes, moments of joy, laughter, and love, shattered by the specter of his actions. Each turn of the wheel brought with it a wave of regret, crashing down like a tidal wave, pulling him deeper into despair. His mind spiraled through the labyrinth of his past. He thought of the times he had feasted with his kin, the laughter ringing through the halls of his castle. He had been a man of triumph, a king beloved by his people. But now, as the wheel spun faster, he felt the affection of his friends turn to horror, their faces twisted in disbelief at the man he had become. Ixion could almost hear their whispers, taunting him, reminding him of his fall from grace. He yearned for redemption, but in this fiery prison, hope was a fading ember. The flames began to whisper secrets, weaving through the agony, taking on a life of their own. They spoke of his betrayal, of how he had dared to woo Hera, the queen of the gods. The thought sent shivers down his spine. What foolishness had possessed him, to desire what was never meant to be his? The wheel continued to roll, and with each turn, the voices grew louder, a cacophony of despair that echoed throughout eternity. Ixion's body twisted in agony as the wheel turned once more. The fire wrapped around him like a serpent, constricting tighter and tighter. Each flicker of flame felt like a finger pointing, accusing him of all he had done wrong. It was not just his flesh that burned. It was his very soul, a tormented spirit trapped in an endless cycle of suffering. He cried out, a sound filled with desperation, but there were no answers in the void, only the relentless heat that bore down upon him. Yet, in the depths of his torment, there flickered a spark of defiance. Ixion remembered the lessons of his past, the tales told by wise men of the ages. Hubris was a dangerous beast, and he had danced too close to its flame. But what if he could find a way to learn from this punishment? What if he could transform this suffering into something that might one day grant him freedom? Hope began to flicker alongside his pain, just like the flames that surrounded him. But hope is a fragile thing, easily snuffed out by the weight of despair. As the wheel spun, it whispered its promise to Ixion, that he was forever lost, forever condemned. The inferno roared with laughter, each crackle a taunt, reminding him of his folly. Ixion's resolve wavered like the flames. He was teetering on the edge of his own sanity. Would he succumb to the darkness, or would he fight with every ounce of strength remaining in his battered spirit? In that moment, as the wheel began to spin faster, the flames erupted into a blinding light, illuminating the shadows of Ixion's guilt. He felt the heat searing through his very being, threatening to consume him whole. But there, in the core of his anguish, a realization sparked. Pain was a teacher, and suffering held wisdom. Perhaps, in the grip of fire, he could find a way to transform his punishment into understanding, a path toward redemption even amidst the chaos. His thoughts raced as the wheel spun faster still, the flames licking closer, taunting him with the specter of despair. With each revolution, Ixion grappled with the truth of his existence. Memories swirled like a tempest around him, visions of lost opportunities, of compassion turned to cruelty. He had cast aside the bonds of loyalty and love. Now those bonds weighed heavily upon him. Yet as his mind whirled, something within him stirred, a fierce longing to break free from the chains of his past. Could the flames that burned him also forge a new beginning? Ixion clung to that thought as the wheel spun, heart racing, fear and hope intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The punishment of Ixion was far from over, a continuous cycle with no end in sight, but within that cycle lay the potential for rebirth, the chance to carve meaning from chaos. The fire roared louder, and Ixion screamed, not just in agony but in defiance against his fate. The world around him blurred as the wheel spun. The flames grew hotter, and the whispers of the past transformed into a deafening roar. It was a symphony of his failures, a cacophony that echoed in the vast expanse of the cosmos, reminding him that he was more than just his mistakes. In that moment, with the wheel of torment turning beneath him, Ixion felt the stirrings of change, a flicker of hope amidst the ashes of despair. And so, the wheel turned on, a relentless reminder that the past could not be erased, but perhaps, just perhaps, it could be transformed into something greater. The flames continued to dance, and the echoes of Ixion's anguish blended with the whispers of potential, as this tale of punishment unfurled endlessly, feeding into the eternal cycle of fate and consequence. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, a blend of myrrh and something darker, something primal that clawed at the edges of consciousness. In a dimly lit chamber, the flickering shadows danced upon the walls, giving life to the ancient symbols that adorned them. A cold shiver ran down the spine of anyone who dared to tread inside. They could feel it, a presence, an echo of forgotten rituals, laced with the whispers of the Etruscan past, reverberating through time. Here, in this sacred space, the Etruscans worshipped their deities, dark gods whose names were barely spoken aloud, their power both revered and feared. They believed in a world where the line between the living and the dead blurred, where spirits roamed the earth, and the afterlife was not an escape, but a continuation of existence. Each rite performed in their honor was a delicate dance with the unknown, a plea for guidance and protection, and perhaps an invitation to a fate entwined with shadows. The priestess, adorned in flowing robes dyed with the deepest indigo, knelt before an altar crafted of stone, its surface worn smooth by centuries of devotion. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the offerings laid before the dark gods, sacrifices of fruits and grains, but also the more sinister gifts of blood, drawn from the vein of an animal, a tangible reminder of the cost of communion with the divine. Each drop shimmered like rubies, soaking the earth, feeding the very roots of a belief system that thrived on fear and fascination. In the flicker of a single flame, the ancient ritual unfolded. A chant rose, a haunting melody that echoed off the walls, wrapping itself around the hearts of those gathered, pulling them into the vortex of collective longing and dread. The words, heavy with meaning, spoke of life, death, and the thin veil that separated the two realms. The priestess's voice quivered with an intensity that resonated deep within, awakening every dormant fear and hope within the souls present. Outside, the world continued its mundane cycle, blissfully unaware of the dark forces at play. The Etruscans, however, understood that the cosmos was a battleground, a place where every decision could tip the balance between fortune and ruin. They honored their ancestors not just in memory, but as active participants in their lives. They consulted the haruspices, priests trained in the art of divination through the examination of animal entrails. To the Etruscans, this was not mere superstition. It was a vital connection to the other side, a way to understand the will of the dark gods who governed their fate. One such haruspex stood alone, his hands stained crimson, eyes unblinking as he scrutinized the liver splayed before him on the altar. Each vein and sinew was a map, a story waiting to be read. The air crackled with tension as the gathered crowd held its breath, every heart beating in synchrony with the pulse of the earth. Would the signs be favorable? Would the dark gods smile upon them or turn their faces away in disdain? The haruspex's heart raced. The answer could change everything. As the flames flickered and the shadows grew longer, an unsettling feeling crept over the gathering. It was as if the very fabric of reality warped, a reminder that something ancient and powerful lay just beyond their reach. The stories of T'Chulcha, the Etruscan god of the underworld, floated through the air like a chilling breeze. He was both feared and worshipped, an entity that demanded respect through ritual bloodshed, a dark figure that haunted the dreams of the people. The priestess, sensing the weight of the moment, intensified her incantation, her voice rising in fervor. Memory and desire collided, the very essence of the past weaving a tapestry of emotions that enveloped the crowd. Eyes widened as the shadows seemed to deepen, a palpable energy wrapping around them. The dark gods were listening, their presence thickening the air, a warning and an invitation all at once. A sudden gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing the precious flame, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged, hearts raced, but in that moment of despair, a strange calm followed. It was in these shadows that the Etruscans believed they found clarity. The dark gods thrived in the void, and it was here that the most profound truths could emerge. The chamber fell silent, save for the sound of the priestess's breath, a rhythmic reminder that life persisted even amidst darkness. The shadows began to shift, swirling like a dance of spirits, and a figure emerged, cloaked in obsidian. Its form was indistinct, yet it exuded an intoxicating air of authority. The gathering felt the weight of its gaze, a force that spoke of both danger and protection. This was the moment they had prepared for, an encounter with the divine, one that could alter their destinies forever. Time stretched, and each breath felt like an eternity as the figure gestured toward the priestess, an unspoken demand that echoed in her bones. She stepped forward, a pulse of courage igniting within her. In the presence of this dark entity, she felt alive, raw, aware of the thin line she walked between reverence and terror. The offerings were not enough to appease the dark gods. They demanded more. Were they willing to sacrifice not just possessions, but something far more precious: loyalty, love, hope? The atmosphere thickened, And as she knelt before the entity, the air shimmered with the potential of choices yet to come. The tension was electric, the stakes impossibly high, and the shadows whispered secrets meant only for those brave enough to listen. A vision flickered in her mind, a glimpse of what lay ahead if the dark gods were to be pleased. It was a world bathed in twilight, where the Etruscans thrived, their names etched in the annals of history. But along with that glory came a price that hung ominously in the air, a reminder that darkness always demanded tribute. Before she could comprehend the weight of her choice, the chamber crackled with energy, drawing the gaze of every soul present. The dark gods awaited a response, their influence palpable, a force that promised both ruin and redemption. The world outside faded, the mundane forgotten, as the Etruscans stood at the precipice of fate, hovering on the edge of the unknown, their destinies intertwined with the dark gods they had long revered. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that hung over the grand halls of Olympus. A sense of foreboding loomed, whispering secrets of dread. Saturn, the great god of time, towered, cloaked in shadows, his face a mask of worry and despair. Once a revered deity, the ruler of the Golden Age, he had become a twisted reflection of his former self, driven by a fear that gnawed at his heart like a relentless beast. The prophecy foretold that he would be overthrown by a child, a fate he could not bear to contemplate. In the dim light of his throne room, Saturn's thoughts spiraled into chaos. His mind, once sharp and wise, now ached with paranoia. Every laugh, every innocent giggle from the children who played in the gardens outside, felt like a dagger twisting in his gut. Those children were his own, yet they brought him no joy, only terror. Each day, he watched their innocence bloom, only to wonder which of them would rise against him, which would become his doom. The thought was unbearable, a malignant seed that took root in his heart, growing and strangling his sanity. In desperation, Saturn sought counsel from the darkest corners of the earth. His heart, once ruled by love, was now hardened by fear. He sought out the ancient oracles, those who spoke in riddles and shadows, hoping they would provide him with a way to escape his fate. They warned him, their voices echoing in his ears like a haunting melody. "You shall be devoured by your own," they foretold. And in the depth of his despair, a grim resolve settled in. He would not let it come to pass. As night fell, Saturn made his chilling decision. It was the kind of decision that sent shivers down the spines of all who dared to think of it. He would consume his own children before they could have the chance to consume him. The thought twisted in his mind, gnawing at the edges of his sanity. Love was consumed by a darker hunger, a hunger for power, for survival. He called upon his wife, Rhea, the goddess of fertility, who bore him 6 children, each a sparkle of hope and life. Each was a potential traitor, each a potential savior. With a heavy heart, Rhea watched as her husband transformed before her eyes. Once a nurturing protector, he had become a monster, a being so twisted by fear that he could not see the light of love that still flickered within him. When she presented him with their firstborn, a beautiful boy named Hestia, Saturn's resolve wavered. She was perfect, a radiant embodiment of innocence, but the prophecy loomed larger than her fragile beauty. In a moment of horror, he snatched her up and swallowed her whole, the cries of Rhea echoing in his ears, a haunting chorus of despair. The gods looked on from their celestial abodes, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Each act of consumption was a dagger to their spirits. Saturn, in his madness, could not see the destruction he wrought, nor the blood that stained his hands. Next came Demeter, then Hera, and Hades. Each child was consumed in a grim ritual that left Rhea hollow, a shell of the vibrant goddess she once was. Yet, when it came to Zeus, the youngest, she devised a plan. With trembling hands, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes, presenting it to Saturn as the last of their offspring. Saturn, blinded by his hunger and the shadows creeping into his heart, gulped down the stone, thinking it the child. Rhea's heart raced as she hid Zeus away on the island of Crete, praying that he would grow strong and one day challenge the dark reign of his father. As she watched the waves crash against the rocky shores, She felt the weight of every lost child, every flickering hope extinguished. The taste of betrayal lingered in her mouth like ash, and yet, she hoped. Years passed, and time, that cruel mistress, twisted the world into something unrecognizable. Zeus grew in strength, shielded from the fate of his siblings, learning the ways of the gods, filled with a burning desire to reclaim what was lost. Meanwhile, Saturn sat on his throne, a king of shadows, shrouded in guilt but also in madness. The laughter of children haunted him now, a cacophony of joyful sounds that morphed into a sinister chorus. The walls of Olympus were steeped in grief, echoing with the silent screams of the children who never had a chance. Saturn saw visions of his children in his dreams, their faces twisted in anguish, their eyes wide with fear. He would awaken with a jolt, his heart thundering in his chest, drenched in sweat, haunted by what he had done. Each night, the cycle of horror repeated, a relentless reminder that he had feasted upon his own blood. But he sensed something shifting in the air, a crack in the fabric of fate. Zeus was coming, a force of nature rising from the shadows. Rhea's heart swelled with a mix of fear and hope as the prophecies swirled around her like a tempest. The time of reckoning was near, and with it, the moment when Saturn's choices would come back to haunt him, each decision echoing through the corridors of time. As dawn broke on the horizon, casting golden rays across the dark skies, the winds of change began to howl, signaling that the cycle of despair would soon yield to the promise of defiance. The stage was set, the clash of titans was imminent, and the shadows of Saturn would soon face the light of the very children he had sought to consume. The world held its breath, suspended in time as the final act approached, a moment that would reverberate through eternity. The air crackled with tension in the opulent halls of Macedon, where whispers curled like smoke around the ears of the unsuspecting. In the dim light, a solitary figure stood, his hands trembling, eyes wide with an unshakable dread. Lycurgus, king of Macedon, was a man once revered for his wisdom and strength, but now shadows clung to him like a shroud, and something dark brewed within. Lycurgus had always been a fierce protector of his land, a warrior who led his armies into battle with a heart ablaze with loyalty. Yet, as the years rolled on and the weight of his crown pressed harder, the voices began. They were soft at first, mere whispers that danced at the edge of his consciousness. "You must be stronger," they urged. "Show them your might." The pressure to uphold his reputation became unbearable. The kingdom relied on him, and he could not falter. "Your enemies are closing in," the voices taunted, their relentless murmurs intertwining with his own thoughts. Each night, he lay awake, staring at the cold stone ceiling, heart racing, as visions of betrayal seeped into his mind. His loyal advisors, whom he had trusted with his life, twisted into serpents in his dreams, their smiles shifting into mocking sneers. His hand trembled as he recalled their faces, once filled with loyalty, now stained with treachery. In the grand banquet hall, filled with the rich aroma of roasted meats and the laughter of his guests, Lycurgus's mind fractured under the weight of suspicion. He scanned the room, convinced every toast was a secret plot. His laughter rang hollow, echoing against the walls like a ghost of his former self. The joyous atmosphere suffocated him, turning his stomach into knots of despair. His gaze fell upon his closest friend, a general named Callisthenes, who raised his goblet in goodwill. But in Lycurgus's mind, doubt coiled around their friendship like a serpent. Is he here to celebrate or to betray? The question gnawed at him, eroding his sanity with every passing moment. A sudden outburst shattered the fragile calm. "You dare question the king's authority?" Lycurgus roared, startling the guests into silence. A servant had merely stumbled, spilling wine on the royal carpet, yet to Lycurgus, it was an act of defiance. The echoes of his own voice seemed to mock him, fading into the unease hanging in the air. He felt the icy tendrils of madness wrap tighter around him, squeezing until he could barely breathe. Days turned to restless nights as Lycurgus sought solace in the silence of the forest surrounding his palace. With each step into the shadows of the trees, the voices swelled louder, mocking him, pushing him further into the abyss. They will turn against you. You must act. The fear clawed at his heart, urging him to protect himself from the very people he loved. One fateful night, the moon hung high, casting an eerie glow. He ventured deep into the woods, driven by paranoia, convinced a plot lurked within the branches above. He stumbled upon a glen, the ground scattered with leaves, shimmering in the moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Alone, he felt his heart racing, pounding in rhythm with the whispers that grew to a crescendo, a cacophony of dread, despair, and rage. "I am the king," Lycurgus shouted, the words tearing from his throat like a wild beast unleashed. "Bow before me." But the forest remained silent, the trees swaying gently, indifferent to his suffering. In that moment, he realized he was alone, utterly and irrevocably alone. The very crown that had once symbolized his power felt like a weight dragging him into darkness. The madness that haunted him now felt as tangible as the bark of the ancient trees surrounding him. He returned to the palace, his mind a storm of chaos. With each passing day, the fine line between reality and delusion blurred further. His loyal subjects, once filled with admiration, began to look upon him with fear. They whispered behind closed doors, eyes darting away when he passed, and Lycurgus could feel their distrust seeping through the cracks in his sanity. The weight of their judgment became unbearable, feeding the monster lurking within. Then came the fateful night of the banquet, a gathering meant to heal the divisions growing between him and his generals. But as the candles flickered, casting ghostly shadows across the faces of his guests, Lycurgus sensed the betrayal in the air, palpable and suffocating. When he stepped onto the dais, every eye turned to him, 1,000 unspoken accusations hanging in the air. He felt like an actor on a stage, the world watching his every move with bated breath. "What treachery is this?" he thundered, his voice laced with madness. "You come here to mock me, to plot against me in my own home?" Gasps echoed around the room, eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, the room erupted into chaos as he pointed at Callisthenes, his trusted friend, and accused him of betrayal. "You think I do not see your schemes? You think I do not know?" Callisthenes, taken aback, stammered words of loyalty, but they fell on deaf ears. The darkness within Lycurgus had taken root, twisting every word, every gesture into a web of deceit. In an explosive frenzy, he drew his sword, madness blazing in his eyes, and the guests recoiled, fear flooding the hall. A symphony of screams and chaos erupted as the king's descent into madness reached its peak, the echoes of his heartache reverberating through the marble columns. Desperation seeped into every corner of the room, and the horrifying realization dawned upon everyone assembled. Lycurgus was no longer the king they had once loved. He had become a man possessed, a man lost to the depths of his own mind. The room spun as reality slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. The last vestiges of his sanity crumbled, leaving behind a hollow shell of a man, raging against the world. Lycurgus, once a mighty king, now stood on the precipice of his own madness, staring into the abyss, and it stared back, merciless and hungry. In that moment, the chain of fate tightened inexorably, drawing the unsuspecting into the whirlpool of a tragedy that was only beginning to unfold. The shadows lengthened, and the whispers grew louder, filling the void where reason once lingered, leading him ever deeper into the night that awaited, hungry for the next chapter of his spiraling tale. A storm was brewing, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Thunder rumbled like distant drums, heralding an age when the world was shaped not just by gods, but also by formidable women who walked the earth. Goddesses cloaked in shadows, wielding power that could charm or destroy. Their stories whispered through the ages, tales of beauty intertwined with darkness, revealing a different facet of femininity that history often overshadows. Take, for instance, Lilith, the first woman, born not from Adam's rib but from the same earth, fierce and unyielding. In the depths of the ancient texts, her name is spoken in hushed tones, a symbol of rebellion and defiance. She chose freedom over subservience and, in doing so, became a figure of malevolence to some, a heroine to others. Legend has it that she consorted with demons and embraced the night, her laughter echoing in the winds as she flew beyond the reach of mankind. The very essence of her being seemed to challenge the established order, and with every story told, she cast a long shadow on the norms that bound women. Then there was Kali, the fierce goddess of destruction and transformation. With her wild hair like a crown of serpents, she danced on the battlefield, her tongue dripping with blood, signifying the fierce power of femininity unleashed. The sight of her, adorned in a necklace of severed heads, sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Yet, in her chaos lay a promise, a reminder that destruction could lead to renewal. She was the embodiment of the duality of feminine power, a protector of the weak, yet a formidable force against oppression. Her followers revered her, and to the fearful, she represented a darkness that could consume them whole. In the ancient Mediterranean, the goddess Sekhmet prowled the desert, a lioness with the power to bring plagues upon her enemies. Her fierce eyes glowed with the fire of wrath, and the very thought of her anger sent chills through the hearts of pharaohs. When unleashed, she was unstoppable, a force of retribution who roamed the earth, seeking justice for those wronged. Yet, her ferocity was tempered by her role as a healer, embodying the paradox of life and death, destruction and healing. The temples devoted to her worship were both places of reverence and fear, for one could invoke her wrath or seek her mercy. In the cold landscapes of the north, the goddess Hel ruled the underworld, a shadowy figure draped in darkness, embodying the inevitability of death. Her half-decomposed visage symbolized a truth difficult to confront, that death is an integral part of existence. She watched over the souls who entered her realm, a silent overseer of the fate that awaited all. In the Viking sagas, she played a crucial role in the fates of warriors and their journeys to the afterlife. Her power was daunting, yet it held a strange allure, a reminder that to understand life, one must accept the inevitability of death. Closer to the shores of the Nile, the goddess Isis wielded her own form of malevolence through cunning and intelligence. A master of magic, she could call upon the forces of nature and bend them to her will. When her husband Osiris was slain, she did not crumble in despair. Instead, she cunningly gathered the pieces of his dismembered body, resurrecting him through her indomitable spirit and profound love. Isis taught that true power lies not just in brute strength, but in the ability to manipulate the world around you. Her story, filled with resilience and determination, showcased a woman who would go to any lengths for love, even if it meant wading through malevolence. The myth of Medusa looms large, her gaze said to turn men to stone, a punishment for the transgressions of the gods. Once a beautiful maiden, she was transformed into a monster, a reflection of the rage and helplessness that often shrouded women in a patriarchal society. Her very existence became a war cry for the silenced, a testament to the consequences of male violence. Medusa's story is one of tragedy, a reminder that the true malevolence in her tale was not hers, but that of those who wronged her. Even in the realm of the Celts, the goddess Morrigan danced with shadows, a goddess of war who reveled in the chaos of battle. She could change her form, becoming a raven or a beautiful maiden, and her presence on the battlefield was a harbinger of doom. She whispered prophecies of death, her voice both enchanting and terrifying. To the warriors, she was a siren of fate, guiding them to their destinies, whether it be triumph or demise. These stories are threads woven into the fabric of history, each goddess a representation of the complexities of womanhood, strength and vulnerability, creation and destruction. They evoke emotions that resonate deep within the soul, stirring up a powerful mix of fear and admiration. Each tale reflects the struggles women faced and the power they wielded, not just over men, but over the very fabric of life itself. As the storm raged on, these goddesses of malevolence stood tall, their shadows cast long over the earth. They beckoned forth a recognition of the duality of femininity, a reminder that strength can be found in vulnerability, and that the fiercest hearts often beat behind soft smiles. Each goddess, in her own right, wielded malevolence not simply as an act of evil, but as a response to the challenges they faced, their tales intertwining with the fate of humanity. And as the winds howled, carrying their whispers into the night, the stories of these formidable women continued to resonate, echoing through the ages, waiting for the next chapter to be told. The next goddess to rise from the shadows, ready to reclaim her place in a world still wrestling with the power of feminine ferocity. The darkness held its breath, eager for the dawn. In the thick, heavy air of a sun-drenched forest, where the whispers of ancient trees cradled secrets from generations long gone, a haunting beauty stirred. Echo, a nymph with a voice like the softest silk, wandered through the woods, her heart heavy yet hopeful. She had been cursed by the goddess Hera, stripped of her own voice, only able to repeat the last words spoken to her. This curse was not just a punishment. It was a cruel twist of fate that left her longing for connection, yearning to speak her heart, but only able to echo the words of others. On a day unlike any other, Echo stumbled upon a clearing where sunlight danced upon the water's surface. There, she saw him, Narcissus, with hair like spun gold and eyes bright as the clearest sky. He knelt at the edge of a pool, entranced by his own reflection. The world around faded into silence, and in that moment, it was just Narcissus and the shimmering face staring back at him. Echo's heart raced. He was exquisite, a vision of beauty that stole her breath. But as she approached, her heart filled with both hope and despair. What words could she speak to him? What could she say that would express the love blossoming within her? "Who's there?" Narcissus called, his voice breaking the spell of the moment. The sound sent shivers through Echo, and she could only respond with the words he had just spoken. "Who's there?" Her heart pounded painfully against her ribcage as she took a step closer. She was desperate to be seen, to be heard. But the curse lingered over her like a dark cloud. Narcissus turned, intrigued by the sound. He was captivated not by Echo, but by the sound itself. A voice that echoed back his own words, as if the forest itself was in conversation with him. For him, it felt like magic, the forest personified, but he could never know the truth of the heart behind that voice. And so, the game continued. Each time he spoke, she responded, her own feelings caught in a web of reflected words. The more he gazed into the water, the more she fell deeper into her own longing, entrapped in the cycle of his obsession with himself. Days turned into weeks. Echo's heart was a tempest of emotions, swirling between hope and despair. Each time Narcissus gazed at his reflection, she felt a stab of love and an ache of despair. Their encounters were mere shadows, her silent presence wrapped in the echoes of his own voice. He would exclaim how beautiful he was, how perfect, and she would whisper back to him, "Beautiful, perfect." Each repetition was like a dagger in her heart. She wanted to scream, to declare her love, but her voice was bound by the very words that enchanted him. One fateful afternoon, the sun hung low in a sky streaked with golden hues, painting the world with warmth. Narcissus rested by the pool, entranced as always. Echo, her heart pounding, stepped forward with trembling desire. "You're so beautiful," she wanted to say, but the words slipped through her fingers. Instead, she echoed back to him, "Beautiful." Her voice, a mere reflection, seemed to reverberate in the air, but he didn't look up. "Why do you linger?" he asked, his voice laced with annoyance. "Why do you not show yourself?" The words were like a knife, cutting through Echo's fragile hope. She was invisible, a ghost in the forest, forever trapped in her own silence. The longing turned to despair as tears of frustration welled in her eyes. The reflection Narcissus adored was not her, but a mere image shimmering on the water's surface. Days turned into a blur, and Echo became a shadow, haunting the edges of his world. Narcissus fell deeper into obsession, lost in the beauty of his own reflection, while Echo faded further into obscurity. She watched as he bathed in admiration, completely unaware of the nymph whose heart ached for him. The more Narcissus ignored her, the more profound her despair grew. She felt herself slipping away, losing her essence, her very soul. Each repetition of his words became a prison, each echo a reminder of what she could never have. Then one day, a cruel twist of fate struck like lightning. Narcissus, entranced, leaned too close to the water's edge. In a moment of reckless devotion to his own reflection, he fell into the water, grasping desperately for the beauty he could never possess. He splashed and struggled, his own image taunting him, shimmering just beneath the surface. "Help me!" he cried, his voice cracking. But there was no one to hear, only the haunting echo of his pleas ringing out. Echo stood paralyzed, torn between her love and the reality of his fate. "Help me!" he called again, and in that moment, Echo felt the weight of her own silence. She could not save him, nor could she reveal her heart. Instead, she could only whisper back the words he had spoken, "Help me!" As he sank deeper, Narcissus's eyes widened in realization. He was drowning in the beauty of himself, lost in the very thing he adored. The irony of it all was a bitter pill to swallow. As he disappeared beneath the surface, Echo's despair reached its peak. She fell to her knees, the forest around her echoing with the sound of her heartbreak. Her voice, once rich and full, was now a mere whisper in the wind, a ghost of what could have been. And in that moment of profound loss, she realized that her love was forever unattainable, a flame extinguished too soon. The forest fell silent, save for the soft rustling of leaves, as the echoes of their tragic tale faded into the air, leaving only the memories of lost love, obsession, and the heavy weight of despair. What remained, however, was not the end, but the beginning of a new myth, the myth of echoes that linger in the air, of beauty that is forever unclaimed, and of hearts that yearn in silence. The pool remained, a silent witness to the tragedy, while the woods whispered softly, holding onto the remnants of their sorrow. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows where once there had been light, and the world continued to turn, oblivious to the love and despair that had unfolded within its embrace. In the cool shadow of the ancient temple, a chill ran down the spine of those who dared to tread its sacred ground. The walls, adorned with faded frescoes of forgotten gods and goddesses, whispered tales of glory and doom. Among the flickering torchlight, the air hung thick with anticipation, as a shiver of foreboding settled over the crowd gathered to hear the words of Sybil. Her reputation as a seer, a vessel for the gods, was both revered and feared. In her presence, the very fabric of fate felt thin, as if a single breath could tear through the veil and unleash the chaos of prophecy. Sybil was no ordinary oracle. With her deep-set eyes reflecting the weight of countless visions, she had the power to speak truths that gnawed at the hearts of kings and commoners alike. Her prophecies were laced with a strange allure. Each word resonated like the echo of a distant storm. As she prepared to utter her latest revelation, the throng of eager souls fell into a heavy silence, their breaths mingling with the scent of incense that curled through the air like a serpent ready to strike. "Beware the shadows that creep upon your dreams," Sybil began, her voice low and haunting, "for they hold the key to your undoing. The fates weave a tapestry splattered with blood, and within that pattern lies the curse that binds you." Her words spilled forth like a torrent, each phrase heavy with meaning, hinting at dark destinies yet to unfold. The crowd stirred uneasily, exchanging glances that spoke of both fear and a strange excitement. They knew well the tales of those who had crossed paths with Sybil's prophecies. Some had risen to unimaginable heights, while others had plummeted into despair, consumed by the very curses they sought to escape. The history of Sybil was a patchwork of triumphs and tragedies, each thread shimmering with the promise of revelation and the peril of knowledge. As Sybil continued, her eyes seemed to glaze over, as if she were no longer present in that dimly lit chamber. "The serpent shall bite its tail, and the throne shall shake. Kings shall turn against their own blood, and trust shall be but a fleeting memory." Gasps echoed through the crowd, hearts racing as the implications of her words sank in. The fear of betrayal lingered in the air like a thick fog, wrapping itself around the minds of those present. Betrayal was a familiar specter, one that had haunted the halls of power for centuries. Suddenly, The air crackled with tension. A man stepped forward, his face pale and eyes wide with desperation. "What of my fate, Sybil? Will I be among those who rise, or will the darkness consume me?" His voice trembled, a mixture of hope and dread. The crowd held its collective breath, all eyes fixated on the oracle, waiting for her to unveil the truth that could shatter or solidify their very existence. Sybil's gaze pierced through the man, and for a moment, the temple felt suspended in time. "You carry the weight of your ancestors' sins upon your shoulders," she stated. "To shed their shadows, you must embrace the light of your own courage." The words were cryptic, yet there was a clarity that erupted from them, igniting a flicker of understanding in the man's eyes. As he stepped back into the crowd, a quiet desperation replaced by a glimmer of hope, the tension shifted, igniting whispers of possibility. But as the night wore on, the prophecies twisted deeper into the darker corners of human existence. "A great flood shall come, washing away the sins of the past," Sybil continued, her voice rising and falling like a haunting melody. "Yet not all will survive the deluge. Those who cling to power will find it slipping through their fingers, like grains of sand." The warning sent shivers through the crowd, the imagery vivid and haunting, igniting their deepest fears. In the back of the room, a young woman felt the truth of Sybil's words burrow into her soul. She had always been an outsider, constantly overshadowed by her more powerful family. The thought of being swept away, lost in a tide of history, struck her profoundly. Would she be remembered, or would she vanish like so many before her? As the weight of her lineage pressed down on her shoulders, she felt both the thrill of possibility and the suffocating grip of despair. Sybil's voice cut through her thoughts, sharp and clear. "You, too, shall face the flood," she declared, her gaze locking onto the young woman. "You stand at the precipice, torn between the legacy of your blood and the destiny you choose. Only by facing the storm can you carve your own path." The young woman's heart raced, a mixture of fear and exhilaration surging through her. For the first time, she felt seen, her existence acknowledged in a world that had long dismissed her. As Sybil continued to weave her dark prophecies, the temple reverberated with unease. The fates of those present were interlaced, a haunting reminder that the choices made today would ripple through time, like a stone cast into a still pond. Each prophecy emerged as a thread in the tapestry of life, and the curse that followed was a reminder that knowledge could be as much a burden as it was a gift. With each revelation, the atmosphere thickened, the weight of destiny pressing down on the shoulders of all who listened. Fear mingled with hope and despair, creating a tempest of emotions that swirled around them, binding their fates together. The whispers of fate wrapped around them like a shroud, promising that while darkness lingered, there was always a flicker of light ready to emerge. Sybil's final words hung in the air, echoing as if the very stones of the temple were alive with the weight of her oracles. "Remember, the curses of the past are not the shackles of the future. Forge your destiny with the fire of your will, lest you be consumed by the shadows that seek to bind you." The crowd stood breathless, hearts racing, as reality blurred with possibility. The night was far from over, and the darkness was only beginning to unfurl its wings. A heavy silence hung over the streets of ancient Rome, punctuated only by the distant echoes of despair. The sun beat relentlessly upon the city, illuminating the worn faces of its citizens, their eyes glazed with fear. For weeks now, a dark shadow had settled over the empire, a plague that swept through like a merciless tide, leaving sorrow and chaos in its wake. The once jubilant laughter of children had been replaced by the mournful cries of the bereaved, and the vibrant markets now stood eerily empty, as if the very essence of life had been sucked away. As rumors spread like wildfire, tales of the plague of Aesculapius crept into every corner. Some claimed it was a punishment from the gods, a divine retribution for the empire's arrogance, while others whispered that it was the work of Aesculapius himself, the god of healing turned malevolent. People clutched their loved ones tighter, not knowing whether to pray for salvation or fear the very hands that were supposed to heal them. In the darkened rooms of homes, families gathered, trying to hold on to hope even as the fever gripped their kin. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and sickness, each cough echoing like a death knell. A young girl lay on a straw mattress, her small body shivering under a tattered blanket, her eyes glassy and unfocused. Her mother, a strong woman whose spirit was slowly breaking, knelt beside her, praying fervently to Aesculapius, pleading for mercy. Would the god respond? Or was he watching with cold indifference, a puppet master delighting in the suffering of mortals? Meanwhile, in the temples, priests and healers scrambled to make sense of the affliction. Incense wafted through the air, mingling with the cries of desperate families seeking answers. They offered sacrifices, hoping to appease the capricious god, but Aesculapius remained elusive. His sacred snake, a symbol of life and healing, seemed to mock them, slithering through their prayers like a specter of doom. With each failed attempt to cure the sick, despair deepened, the faith of the people faltering like the flickering flames of their candles. A healer named Marcus, revered for his knowledge of herbs and potions, stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the chaos. His heart raced as he weighed the choices before him. He had seen the plague's brutality firsthand, witnessed the agony etched into the faces of those he loved. But he also sensed something darker, an ominous energy swirling in the very air. Could it be that Aesculapius, once a beacon of hope, had turned his back on humanity? Was the plague a curse rather than a cure? For nights, Marcus toiled in his workshop, surrounded by jars of dried herbs and dusty scrolls. He sought answers in ancient texts, tales of the god's dual nature. Was it possible that Aesculapius, in his quest to heal, had unleashed a force he could no longer control? As the moon waxed and waned, Marcus's dreams twisted into nightmares, images of the god with eyes like burning coals, a smile that hinted at malice. Each morning, he awoke, drenched in sweat, the weight of the world pressing heavily on his chest. As he wandered the streets, he noticed the shadows creeping closer, coiling around the corners of his vision. Those who had once sought his help now avoided his gaze, fear staining their trust. Whispers followed him like dark specters, mutterings of betrayal and suspicion. The very air thickened with tension, and Marcus felt himself teetering on the brink of despair. In a moment of recklessness, he sought out the oracle at Delphi, a woman shrouded in mystery. Her cryptic prophecies held the weight of the divine, a bridge between the earthly realm and the gods. As he approached her, his heart thundered in his chest, a mingling of hope and dread. What if the oracle revealed a truth too dark to bear? What if Aesculapius himself had turned against the people? The oracle sat in her dim chamber, her eyes clouded like a stormy sky. "The god's breath brings both life and death," she intoned, her voice echoing as if carried by unseen winds. "To heal is to wield power, but power can corrupt even the purest of intentions. Beware the serpent, for it lies coiled in shadows." Marcus staggered back, each word piercing his heart with icy clarity. The serpent of Aesculapius, the very symbol of healing, now felt like a harbinger of doom. The plague was not merely a disease. It was a reckoning, a test of faith, a challenge for humanity's spirit. He realized then that healing could be a double-edged sword, capable of both salvation and destruction. With newfound determination, Marcus returned to Rome, ready to confront the darkness. He gathered the remaining healers, their faces lined with doubt and fear, urging them to unite. They had to fight back against the plague and the creeping despair that threatened to consume their city. Together, they would gather the ancient knowledge left behind by their ancestors, for buried within those dusty scrolls might lie a remedy to counteract the god's wrath. The streets, once filled with despair, now buzzed with a flicker of hope. As they worked tirelessly, the sounds of their chants echoed through the narrow alleys, a chorus of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But as the days turned into weeks, the plague continued its relentless march, a haunting specter lurking at the edges of their progress. With each new case, the tension escalated, the stakes climbing higher than ever before. In the twilight hours, when the city lay draped in shadows, Marcus found himself at the altar of Aesculapius. He lit a candle and whispered a prayer, not only for the sick but also for the god himself. Could Aesculapius still hear them? Would he choose healing over malice? The flickering flame danced in the night as the weight of his thoughts bore down on him. The air crackled with energy, a storm brewing within the very fabric of Rome. Moments stretched like a taut string ready to snap, and as he stood there, the whispers of the city around him faded into silence, a sense of foreboding wrapping tightly around his heart. Was this the turning point? Could the very god of healing still redeem himself? Or had the line between salvation and destruction been irrevocably blurred? With the resolve of a warrior, Marcus stepped back into the chaos of the world outside, but the shadows lingered, taunting him with their chilling uncertainty. As the night deepened, Rome held its breath, waiting for the next turn of fate in this unending battle of life against death. In a world where love danced on the edges of the divine and the mortal, Psyche found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions that could ignite both passion and despair. She was a beauty unmatched. Her skin glowed like the first light of dawn, captivating even the gods themselves. Yet, it was not her beauty that set the universe in motion. It was the love she shared with Eros, the god of desire, whose very name sent shivers through the hearts of gods and men alike. But love, as sweet as it was, soon faced a tempest. The whispers among the gods grew louder, their envy boiling like molten lava. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, felt threatened by Psyche's allure. Jealousy twisted her heart as she watched her son, Eros, fall deeper for the mortal woman. In a fit of rage, she commanded her son to make Psyche fall in love with the most wretched creature on earth. But Eros, enchanted by Psyche's spirit, instead pricked himself with his own arrow, sealing his own fate. This love was not meant to be easy. Eros and Psyche shared stolen moments beneath the moonlight, their whispers intermingling with the night air. Yet, there was a shadow that loomed over them, a barrier neither had the power to break. Eros, bound by the invisible chains of a promise, could not reveal his true identity to Psyche. Instead, he visited her each night, cloaked in mystery. Psyche, yearning for understanding, felt a restlessness grow within her, a gnawing curiosity that threatened to consume her. One fateful evening, driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the truth, Psyche ignited a flame that would change everything. As she lit a small lamp, the light illuminated the sleeping face of Eros, revealing the god of love in all his divine glory. Her heart raced, caught between awe and fear. But in that fleeting moment, a drop of hot oil fell from the lamp onto Eros, waking him in shock and betrayal. The trust they had built was shattered, a rift that tore through their once perfect bond. Eros, heartbroken and wounded, fled from Psyche, leaving her in a storm of despair. She was left alone, her heart aching, the vibrant colors of her world fading into shades of gray. Driven by a fierce determination to win back his love, Psyche set forth on a treacherous journey. With every step, she faced trials that would test not only her spirit but the very fabric of love itself. Aphrodite, reveling in her revenge, demanded impossible tasks from Psyche, keen to see her suffer. The first task was to sort a mountain of mixed grains, tiny pieces that seemed to blend into an insurmountable heap. Psyche fell to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks as despair whispered in her ear. But just as hope flickered like a dying ember, a swarm of ants, drawn by her sorrow and determination, came to her aid. They worked tirelessly, sorting the grains with a precision that left Psyche in awe. The second task sent her to the waters of the Styx, where she had to collect golden fleece from the fierce rams that roamed its banks. The shimmering threads were guarded by danger, and Psyche trembled at the thought of failure. Yet, when darkness loomed, the sun shone brighter. A gentle reed spoke to her, offering wisdom to wait until the rams had shed their fleece. Psyche gathered the golden strands, her heart swelling with hope. With each completed task, she felt her spirit sharpen and her love deepen. Yet the shadow of Aphrodite's wrath loomed closer. The final trial was a plunge into the depths of the underworld itself, demanding a box containing the beauty of Persephone, the goddess of spring. The journey through the dark realm was filled with haunting whispers and chilling winds that sent shivers down her spine. As Psyche stood before the throne of Hades, the lord of the underworld, her heart raced. She pleaded for the box, aware that this was her last chance to reclaim Eros's love. Hades, intrigued by her bravery, offered her the box, a test of her resolve. But curiosity clawed at her, and she could not resist the urge to open it, convinced that within lay the key to understanding love's true essence. The moment she lifted the lid, a dark mist poured forth, enveloping her in despair. It was not beauty that she had unleashed, but a deep and chilling sleep that threatened to consume her very soul. In that instant, Eros, having watched her trials from afar, felt the tug of love pull him back to her side. He rushed to awaken her, his heart aching at the sight of her frailty. With a gentle touch, he blew softly upon her, dispelling the darkness and bringing her back to life. As Psyche opened her eyes, the world transformed around them. Love, tested by the divine, shimmered like a new dawn. Eros, with his heart laid bare, took her hand, their bond stronger than any god's jealousy. Psyche, now wise and resilient, stood beside him, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Together, they would become a testament to the power of love that could withstand even the harshest trials. But the winds of fate had not finished their dance. Aphrodite, furious yet intrigued by Psyche's tenacity, prepared to unleash another test. The air crackled with tension, and the universe held its breath, caught on the precipice of love and chaos. The next chapter awaited them, filled with challenges that could either unite their souls forever or tear them apart once more. With hearts entwined, Eros and Psyche stood at the edge of a new dawn, ready to confront whatever fate had in store for them. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, Tiresias sat in silence, his sightless eyes gazing into the dark abyss of his own cursed existence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the distant whispers of fate echoed like a haunting melody in his mind. He was a man marked by the gods, a seer with knowledge that could shatter kingdoms and devastate hearts. Yet, with each revelation, the weight of his gift felt more like a punishment. The streets of Thebes were alive with a cacophony of sound, laughter mingling with cries of desperation. But Tiresias remained untouched by the world outside. His thoughts danced around the prophecy he had uttered earlier that day, a bitter taste lingering on his tongue. The words had slipped from his lips like venom, foretelling doom that no one wished to hear. He had warned the king, spoken of a dark fate that awaited, but the king's pride had blinded him. The irony dripped like honey from a comb, sweet yet sickening, as he remembered the king's scoffing laughter echoing in his ears. "Blind prophet," one had yelled, and the crowd had joined in, their voices a chorus that belittled him. Yet, in their mocking, there was an unspoken fear of what he might see next. And Tiresias knew all too well that the truth was a double-edged sword, cutting both ways. What good was sight when the visions brought only despair? He shifted, the weight of his staff a familiar comfort, grounding him in a reality that felt increasingly foreign. The prophecy lingered with him, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. Each vision, each revelation, painted a picture so vivid that it felt more like a curse than a gift. The very moment he clasped his hands in prayer, seeking respite, images of conflict and devastation flooded his mind. A war approaching, one that would devour Thebes whole. Outside, shadows danced beneath the moonlight, and villagers shared tales of bravery, unaware of the storms brewing within their hearts. Tiresias could hear their laughter and feel their hope, but he also sensed the dark clouds looming just beyond their joy. He could taste the bitterness of fate, a flavor that hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the night. A heavy stone fell from an ancient wall, narrowly missing a child who had been chasing fireflies. Tiresias's heart raced as he sensed the fear ripple through the crowd. He could feel their panic rise like a tidal wave. "The gods are angry!" someone screamed, and in that moment, he wished he could take back every word, every vision that had ever haunted him. If only he could shield them from the truth. Yet, The curse of Tiresias was not one of ignorance. His fate was tied to the threads of destiny, and he could not simply turn away from the visions that haunted him. The cries of the villagers echoed in his ears, mingling with the foreboding sense of dread that enveloped him like a shroud. Each vision was a heavy stone, and he was buried beneath their weight, gasping for air in a world filled with shadows. In another life, he had been a warrior, fierce and noble. He had fought for his city with valor, but that man was gone, replaced by a seer burdened by the knowledge of what was to come. The gods had taken his sight, but what they had not taken was his spirit. That spirit now flickered like a candle in a storm, resilient yet faltering. He could hear footsteps approaching, and his heart quickened. Was it a friend or foe? The uncertainty gnawed at him, but he held fast, ready to confront whatever fate had in store. The shadows lengthened, and from them emerged a figure cloaked in darkness. It was a woman, her face shrouded in a veil, her presence sending chills down his spine. "Prophet of woe," she whispered, her voice a soft caress that sent shivers through the air. "You bear the weight of truth, yet you hide from it. What would you trade for the peace of ignorance?" Tiresias wanted to scream. He wanted to shake her and make her understand that he had never sought this life. "Peace? There is no peace in knowing," he cried, the words bursting from him like a dam breaking. "What good is knowledge when it only leads to despair? I cannot save them, and I cannot save myself." The woman stepped closer, her presence both calming and suffocating. "You underestimate the power of your voice, seer. Each word you utter can change the course of fate. Do not turn away from your gift. Embrace it." Her eyes, dark and knowing, bore into him, and for a brief moment, he felt the flicker of hope. Could he really change what was written? Could he alter the dreadful vision that haunted him? But then shadows crept back into his heart, darkening the spark of hope. The weight of his burden settled back on his shoulders, and despair returned, wrapping around him like a cold embrace. The vision came again, vivid and relentless. A battlefield drenched in blood, cries of anguish echoing in the air. The villagers of Thebes, the people he had grown to love, lay scattered like fallen leaves. He saw their faces twisted in pain, their dreams extinguished. The image seared into his mind like a brand, relentless and unyielding, leaving him gasping for breath. "Will you not speak?" the woman pressed, her voice shaking him from his thoughts. "Will you not warn them?" Tiresias shut his eyes tighter, trapping the visions behind his lids. "What if they do not believe me? What if my words only bring them more pain? Then it is better to speak and mourn than to remain silent and watch them perish." But he knew all too well the truth of her words. Every cry of disbelief, every sneer of scorn, felt like shards of glass cutting into his soul. And yet, the burden of silence weighed heavier than the doubt that plagued his heart. As the darkness of the night deepened, Tiresias felt the tug of fate drawing him closer to an inevitable confrontation. The woman remained, a figure of shadows, her presence both a curse and a revelation. The choice lay before him: speak the truth or let the shadows consume them all. In this moment, he realized that the price of sight was not just suffering, but the responsibility to act. The haunting vision loomed in the depths of his mind, waiting, eager to be manifested. And with that thought, the walls around him felt like they were closing in, squeezing the air from his lungs as the weight of the world pressed against his chest. The prophecy swirled like a tempest, and Tiresias knew he stood at the precipice of a choice that would change everything. Would he step into the light or sink deeper into the shadows? The storm churned upon the horizon, dark clouds swirling like angry whispers, a prelude to chaos. Those who dared to venture out to sea felt the electric tension in the air, the weight of Neptune's fury looming over them. Sailors clung to their ships, eyes wide with the primal fear that came when nature's wrath was stirred. It was said that in moments like these, the very water seethed with vengeful spirits, eager to claim the unwary. Long before the waves crashed against the rocks and the winds howled their mournful song, there was a time when Neptune, the god of the sea, roamed the earth with a wild heart. Known to the Romans as Neptune, he was once revered as the mighty Poseidon by the Greeks, a powerful figure who wielded a trident that could conjure storms or calm the fiercest waters. His presence was more than a distant whisper. It was a force that shaped the very fate of sailors and cities alike. Legends spoke of how Neptune, in his grand palace beneath the waves, often grew restless and filled with rage. His temperament was as unpredictable as the tides, and those who crossed him felt the full weight of his wrath. Ancient mariners told tales of ships swallowed whole by monstrous waves, as if Neptune himself were reclaiming what was his. With each crash of thunder, the fishermen's hearts would pound, for they knew the old stories of once mighty vessels reduced to splinters, their crews lost to the depths, never to return. Once, a great king named Minos, proud of his mastery over the sea, dared to challenge Neptune's dominion. He coveted the god's favor, hoping to secure a bountiful catch and the strength of his armies. In his hubris, he sacrificed a magnificent bull, a creature so pure and beautiful that it was worthy of the god himself. Yet, instead of offering the god what was rightfully his, Minos kept the bull for himself, believing his power could rival that of the sea. Neptune, enraged by this disrespect, unleashed a vengeance that rippled across the shores. A terrible storm erupted, waves crashing violently, sweeping away entire fleets and leaving fishermen clinging to shattered remnants of their lives. The seas raged and boiled, churning with the fury of a god scorned. Fishermen prayed and begged for mercy, their voices carried away by the wind, lost in the tempest. In the depths of his oceanic kingdom, Neptune seethed. His sea creatures perceived the shift in the currents, sensing their master's wrath. Schools of fish scattered, whales sang mournful songs, and giant squids, with their long tentacles, became shadows of destruction, responding to the god's call. Every creature knew the consequences of angering the deity who ruled over the waves. Neptune's rage culminated in a single, dramatic moment. He sent forth a monstrous tidal wave that towered above the shoreline, a wall of water that sparkled ominously, reflecting the fury of its creator. It crashed down upon the unsuspecting coast, obliterating everything in its path. Towns that had stood for centuries were swallowed whole, as if the ocean itself had been waiting for the chance to reclaim its territory. Amidst this chaos, the cries of the people were drowned out, their desperation mingling with the crashing waves. Mothers held their children tightly, fathers shouted in defiance, but all was in vain. Neptune's power was absolute, and the sea became a graveyard for the proud and the foolish alike. It was a reminder that no one, not even a king, could defy the ancient laws of the ocean. As the storm raged on, sailors caught in its grip recalled tales of Neptune's earlier wrath. Those who remembered the story of Odysseus trembled at the thought of a god who would not forget a wrong. After blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus, Odysseus had unknowingly invoked Neptune's anger, leading to a journey fraught with peril. Every wave that crashed against his ship was a reminder of how unforgiving the sea could be, how easily the balance could tip from bounty to ruin. An ancient mariner, weathered and wise, once told of his narrow escape from Neptune's fury. His ship had been caught in a storm, and for a moment he had lost faith. As lightning illuminated the dark sky, he saw the figure of Neptune rise from the depths, the fierce glimmer of his trident poised above him, ready to strike. "I will never forget that moment," he said, his voice trembling. It was as if time stood still. The sea roared, and I realized I was nothing before a god. I surrendered to the ocean and prayed for mercy. But Neptune was not easily swayed. With each desperate plea, he demanded respect and reverence. In his vengeful nature, he sought balance. For every ship that insulted him, he exacted his toll. For every town that turned its back on the sea, he unleashed his fury. The ocean, with its vastness and mysteries, became a symbol of both life and destruction, a reflection of Neptune's own tumultuous heart. Within the depths of the ocean, secrets lay hidden, treasures and horrors alike, waiting for hearts bold enough or foolish enough to seek them. The sirens sang their haunting melodies, luring sailors to their doom, just as Neptune's temper lured tragic fates. In their songs, one could hear the echoes of Neptune's vengeance, the reminders of a god who would never let an affront go unnoticed. Amidst the tumultuous waves, the storm began to quiet, but the air remained heavy with tension. Neptune's figure faded back into the depths, but his anger lingered like a dark cloud on the horizon. The sea was calm again, yet those who ventured out would never forget the lesson taught by the mighty god. The ocean is a powerful force, a kingdom ruled by a vengeful deity whose rages could shake the very foundations of the earth. And so, the stories continued to circulate among sailors and townsfolk, passed down through the generations. They spoke of Neptune's wrath, of storms that could arise without warning, and of the eternal respect that must be paid to the god of the sea. When the skies darkened and the winds howled, the echoes of Neptune's rage reminded all that the ocean was not just a part of the world. It was a living entity, ready to defend its power with relentless fury, forever etching its mark upon the hearts of those who dared to challenge it. The waves, smooth one moment and crashing the next, held secrets that could never fully be understood, tied forever to the vengeful nature of Neptune himself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a tender golden glow over the fields of wildflowers. Lush blooms swayed gently in the warm breeze, and laughter filled the air as Persephone danced among them, each step light and carefree. With her flowing hair adorned with floral crowns, she embodied the essence of spring, a beacon of light and warmth in a world awakening from winter's grasp. But even in this moment of beauty, shadows stirred at the edges dark, whispering tendrils of fate that watched her every move. On that fateful day, as the joyous laughter echoed, Hades lurked in the depths below, a figure of darkness and desire. His realm was a secluded kingdom, rich with untold treasures but heavy with sorrow. Each whispered sigh of the lost souls echoed in his ears, and as he watched Persephone, his heart, cold and hardened by centuries of solitude, flickered with a longing that felt almost foreign. The world above thrived in color, while his was a palette of grays and shadows. He wanted to possess that light, to capture the joy that so effortlessly flowed from her. Persephone, blissfully unaware of the impending storm, twirled amidst the radiant blossoms, her laughter a melody that reverberated through the fields. Yet, a chill swept across the land, an omen that sent shivers racing down her spine. A single dark cloud passed overhead, casting a fleeting shadow over her sunny world. She paused, glancing around, sensing the shift in the air, but brushed it off as a trick of the wind. Then it happened in an instant. The ground trembled, and a great chasm opened beneath her feet, swallowing the sunlight whole. Hades emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadows, and in one swift motion, he seized Persephone, pulling her into his abyss. The laughter was replaced by a scream that echoed through the fields, piercing the hearts of all who heard it. The flowers, once vibrant, withered at the sound, their colors fading into a mournful gray. Persephone's heart raced as she was dragged downward, the world above disappearing in a blur of light and color. Panic coursed through her veins, each heartbeat a desperate plea for escape. "Let me go!" she cried, her voice echoing in the cavernous darkness that enveloped them. But Hades, relentless in his pursuit, only tightened his grip, his eyes burning with an unquenchable hunger. As they entered the underworld, a stark reality enveloped her. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets of ancient sorrows and lost hopes. The air was thick with despair, and the cries of the damned reverberated, mixing with the distant sound of the river Styx. Persephone trembled, a sense of loss clawing at her heart. She had been torn from the warmth of her mother, Demeter, and the laughter of her friends. The vibrant life she knew was now a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive silence. Hades brought her deeper into his kingdom, where the blackened landscape mirrored his own tormented soul. "You belong to me now," he said, his voice low and commanding. Yet beneath the surface of his words lay a vulnerability that she couldn't quite grasp. Was he truly a monster, or just a man, lost and lonely in his shadowy realm? Persephone's defiance ignited as she stood her ground. "I will not be your prisoner." Her voice rang with the strength she didn't know she had, echoing off the stone walls. But Hades merely watched her, an enigmatic smile flickering across his face, as if her spirit intrigued him more than he cared to admit. Days turned into weeks, and the reality of her imprisonment settled like a heavy cloak around her shoulders. Persephone wandered through the dark realm, her spirit waning with each passing moment. The lost souls swept past her, their hollow eyes reflecting the pain of eternity. They whispered tales of love, loss, and betrayal, echoes that danced in her mind, making her yearn for the light of the sun and the warmth of her mother's embrace. In the silence of her despair, she found herself drawn to the dark depths of Hades' heart, a place where sorrow intertwined with an unexpected tenderness. He spoke to her of his past, revealing fragments of a life once vibrant, now dulled by loneliness. In those moments, an understanding blossomed between them, a bridge formed from their shared wounds. Yet, the more she learned of him, the more the ache of her separation from the world above deepened. Each thought of Demeter's grief, each memory of their laughter, twisted like a dagger in her heart. Persephone knew her mother would be searching for her, her cries echoing through the earth, a desperate plea that would shake the very foundations of the world. One fateful day, as Persephone gazed into the still waters of a dark pool, a flicker of hope ignited within her. She remembered the stories of the pomegranate, the fruit of the underworld, and the ancient warning: to partake was to be forever bound. In that moment, her heart raced with a terrifying decision. Would eating the seeds mean losing herself to this dark realm forever? Or could it be the key to breaking free? Hades, sensing her turmoil, approached her slowly, his eyes searching hers for answers. "You must choose," he said softly, his voice laden with understanding. The weight of her choice hung heavily in the air, a moment suspended in time. Would she take the fruit and seal her fate, or resist and risk the wrath of the god who held her captive? As she stood there, the world above slipped further away, the bright fields of flowers fading into the recesses of her mind. The laughter of her friends became a distant echo, and the warmth of the sun seemed like a dream. With every heartbeat, Persephone felt the tug of two worlds pulling her apart, a tragic dance between light and darkness, hope and despair. And as she reached for the pomegranate, the seeds glistening like tiny rubies in the dim light, the shadows of her fate loomed ever closer, ready to close in around her, sealing her destiny. The darkness whispered secrets, and in that moment, she understood. Her choice could change everything, plunging her deeper into the depths of despair, or perhaps leading her back to the light she so desperately craved. The air crackled with tension as time stood still, each breath a silent prayer for liberation. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the ancient hills of Greece. In that moment, the air felt charged with an unspeakable tension, as if the very land itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between heroism and consequence. Hercules, the towering figure of strength and valor, stood at the edge of a precipice, looking out over the vastness of his kingdom. Yet, what lay before him was not just the beauty of nature, but a haunting reminder of the sins he bore. For every heroic deed, there was a shadow lurking behind, a consequence that even the mightiest of men could not escape. As he remembered the 12 labors that had defined his existence, a chill crept down his spine. The Nemean lion, invincible and fierce, had met its end at Hercules' hands, but not without a cost. The screams of the beast echoed still in his mind, a constant reminder of the life he had taken. Was it valor or cruelty that surged through his veins? Would the villagers celebrating his victory ever understand the weight of the life lost? He could almost hear the cries of the Hydra, its many heads writhing in agony as he severed them one by one. Each head that fell left a mark on his soul, a scar that no amount of muscle could erase. The monster had terrorized the land, yes, and the people had cheered when he brought it down. Yet Hercules felt the burden of their joy. Did they not see that his triumph was soaked in blood? That the ground, now hallowed with victory, had once been drenched in the creature's pain? As he turned away from the precipice, a shudder ran through him. Behind him, the whispers of the past began to weave a tapestry of regret. He had been the savior, the hero, But even heroes are not immune to the darkness that festers in one's heart. It was not merely the beasts he faced, but the demons within that haunted him most. The ghosts of those he had harmed danced in the fading light, their faces twisted in sorrow and rage. He thought of the Ceryneian hind, swift and graceful. Its capture was a feat that would be celebrated for generations, a testament to his cunning and strength. But the creature had been a symbol of Artemis, a sacred being. How would the goddess react when she discovered that her beloved had been taken against its will? Would she come raging down from Mount Olympus to unleash her fury upon him? Hercules shivered at the thought. Each step he took was heavy with the weight of his actions. The Erymanthian boar had been a monstrous foe, yet its eyes had held a spark of life that flickered out the moment he bound it and carried it off to Eurystheus. What had he done? To the villagers, he was a hero, but to the creatures, he was a force of destruction. He had traded their freedom for glory, and now it was his own freedom that felt shackled. The very thought of the Stymphalian birds sent a new wave of unease crashing over him. They had plagued the land, their screeches piercing the air, their sharp beaks a danger to all who ventured too close. Yet in his quest to eliminate them, had he spared a thought for their families, for the young ones that might have only just learned to fly? The guilt gnawed at him like an unquenchable fire, consuming the remnants of his pride. And what about the Cretan bull? A creature that had once roamed free across the fields, now reduced to a mere trophy in his hall. The people clamored for his strength, and he had given it to them, but in doing so, he had snatched away a life, a spirit, for nothing but applause. He could almost hear the mocking echo of their cheers, mingled with the cries of the innocent beasts who had fallen before him. In that moment, the weight of his decisions became insufferable. Hercules sank to his knees, the earth cool against his skin, grounding him in a reality he could no longer escape. The sins of his heroism enveloped him like a thick fog, suffocating and unrelenting. Was there no redemption for him? No way to cleanse the stains of his past? As dusk deepened into night, a cool breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the laughter of children echoing from the nearby village. They knew him as a champion, a legend, their hero. But did they know the truth about the price of victory? Did they sense the darkness behind the stories spun around their fires? Did they realize that their joy was built on the shattered remains of the lives he had taken? In the shadows, a figure appeared, cloaked in mist. It moved closer, its shape shifting with an unsettling grace. Hercules looked up, a knot of fear twisting within him. Was it a spirit, a harbinger of his torment, or perhaps a messenger from the gods? The air crackled with electricity, and Hercules' heart raced as he sensed that this encounter would shift the balance of his fate. "Hero," the figure spoke, the voice smooth yet chilling. "Your deeds have made you a legend, but legends are never without their curses. You have sought greatness, but at what cost? Will you continue to carry the weight of your sins, or will you seek to understand their true nature?" The words hung in the air, a challenge and a warning, reverberating through the silence of the night. Hercules felt a surge of anger, but beneath it lay an unsettling truth. He had sacrificed so much for the adoration of the people, yet his heart felt heavier with each passing moment. What price was too great for glory? He stared into the depths of the figure's eyes, searching for answers that seemed just out of reach. The world swirled around him, a tempest of emotions tugging at the very fabric of his being. As the figure stepped closer, the darkness deepened, swallowing the last rays of daylight. The sins of Hercules were not just tales of courage. They were a complex web of choices and consequences, each thread pulling tighter around him, binding him to a fate he had never desired. And as the night closed in, he stood at the precipice of a choice, one that would reshape not just his destiny, but the lives of all who looked to him as their hero. The moon hung low over Rome, its silvery light casting ghostly shadows on the cobblestone streets, illuminating the faces of men whose hearts beat with loyalty and betrayal. In the stillness of the night, whispers of a plot curled through the air like the smoke of extinguished torches. At the center of it all stood Marcus Junius Brutus, a man once revered for his honor, now standing on the precipice of treason. Brutus, with his chiseled features and commanding presence, was known as the noblest Roman of them all. His love for Rome outweighed all else, or so it seemed. Yet, there were darker currents swirling beneath the surface. With each passing day, the fear of Caesar's growing power gnawed at him like a persistent hunger. Friends became shadows, their faces flickering in the dim light of betrayal, and the weight of the dagger he would wield grew heavier in his mind. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Brutus gathered with a group of conspirators beneath the ancient oaks of the theater of Pompey. The air was thick with tension, each man's breath visible in the coolness of the evening. They spoke in hushed tones, their words a tangled web of fear, ambition, and longing for liberty. The stakes were high, the fate of Rome rested in their hands. But within Brutus, a storm raged. Could he truly sever the bond of friendship with Caesar, a man he had loved like a brother? The memory of Caesar's laughter echoed in his mind, a haunting melody that threatened to unravel his resolve. He saw the glint of the laurel wreath upon Caesar's head, a crown that symbolized triumph but also tyranny. With every image, Brutus was torn between loyalty to his friend and his duty to the Republic. The faces of his fellow conspirators swallowed him in a sea of ambition. They believed that their actions would save Rome, yet Brutus felt the weight of a betrayal that could not be undone. Suddenly, the air crackled with urgency as they planned the assassination. Cinna, Cassius, and the others leaned in closer, their eyes wide with fervor. They spoke of the Ides of March, a date that would become etched into the annals of history as the day friendship met its bitter end. In those moments, Brutus stood at a crossroads, and the very essence of honor twisted into something dark and unrecognizable. As dawn approached, the conspirators dispersed, leaving Brutus standing alone under the oak trees. The gravity of what he had agreed to pressed down upon him like a mountain. He closed his eyes, envisioning Caesar's face one last time, the warmth of their past laughter rising up to choke him. "What have I done?" he whispered to the wind, the question lingering like an ominous cloud. On the morning of the Ides, the sun rose with an eerie brightness, as if even nature bore witness to the impending treachery. As Caesar made his way to the Senate, the streets buzzed with anticipation and dread. Brutus felt a tremor within him, a part of him hoping for some divine intervention that would stop him from carrying out his grim task. Yet, he pressed on, motivated by an ideal he believed was greater than himself. The Senate was alive with the rustle of togas and the murmur of political debate. Caesar entered, exuding a sense of invincibility. But as Brutus approached him, his heart raced and his palms grew clammy. Time slowed, echoing with the heartbeat of betrayal. The moment felt surreal, almost dreamlike, as if the world had conspired to pause and bear witness to this tragic act. "Et tu, brute?" The words cut through the air, sharp as the daggers that pierced Caesar's body. With every stab, Brutus felt a piece of his soul shatter, a betrayal that echoed through the ages. What was once a friendship built on trust now lay in ruins, a testament to the fragility of loyalty and honor. The blood flowed freely, staining the marble floors, marking the end of an era and the beginning of chaos. As Caesar's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Brutus stood frozen, a statue of conflict and anguish. Around him, chaos erupted. Fellow senators cried out in shock. Some fled in terror, while others rushed to seize power in the ensuing tumult. Brutus had envisioned liberation, yet here stood a man entangled in the very treachery he sought to undo. The cheers of freedom morphed into cries of despair, ringing in his ears like a haunting melody. In the aftermath, the conspirators found themselves entwined in a web of guilt and regret, each contemplating the price of their ambition. Brutus, once a paragon of virtue, now lived in the shadow of his own betrayal, the honor he cherished reduced to a mere memory. His heart was heavy with the weight of his actions, the ghosts of choices made and friendships destroyed haunting him relentlessly. Even as he sought solace in the company of fellow conspirators, the distance grew, a chasm carved by the realization of what they had unleashed upon Rome. No longer could he look at Cassius without seeing the blood-stained hands of their shared treachery. No longer could he revel in their victory, for it was a hollow triumph, one that tasted bitter and left a stain on his soul. The streets of Rome buzzed with uncertainty as the news of Caesar's death spread like wildfire. Supporters rallied, seeking revenge, and the specter of civil war loomed ominously over the city. Brutus watched as chaos unfolded, the dream of liberty twisting into a nightmare. The cries of the innocent pierced the night, a reminder of the consequences of their betrayal. He was a man divided, caught between the ideals that once inspired him and the reality of the ruin he had helped create. Haunted by nightmares of his friends' last moments, Brutus grappled with the demons of his own making. Honor had turned to treason, and amid the wreckage lay the shattered pieces of his once unwavering conviction. The heart that once beat for Rome now ached with the burden of an unforgiving choice, one that would echo through history, forever binding him to the moment when trust was irrevocably broken. In the depths of despair, he could not help but wonder if he had truly acted for the good of the Republic or if he had simply succumbed to the seductive pull of ambition. The lines between hero and villain blurred, leaving Brutus to wander the ruins of his conscience in a world that had been forever changed. And as he stood alone amidst the chaos, the weight of betrayal pressed down upon him like a shroud, foreshadowing a future fraught with conflict and sorrow, a relentless cycle with no end in sight. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit night, the air thrummed with the whispers of ages past. Rome, a city of grandeur, pulsed not only with the power of its emperors and legions, but also with the undercurrent of fear and wonder that accompanied the dark arts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets transformed, revealing a hidden world where sorcery and witchcraft entwined with the fabric of everyday life. It was a world where the divine and the diabolical danced together, and the line between the two blurred in the flickering candlelight of secret ceremonies. In a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with incense, a woman named Aelia stirred a pot of bubbling herbs over a crackling fire. Her hands moved deftly, weaving together roots and powders, each ingredient chosen with intention. Aelia was not just any Roman woman. She was known as a Strix, a witch feared and revered in equal measure. The townsfolk spoke of her in hushed tones, recalling stories of curses and blessings that had sprung from her fingertips. Some sought her help, desperate for love or revenge, while others avoided her, fearful of the powers she wielded. The scent of her potion wafted through the air, intoxicating and ominous, hinting at the lengths she would go to harness the forces that lay beyond the mortal realm. Across the city, in the shadow of the Palatine Hill, a group of men gathered in a secluded alley, their faces shrouded in darkness. They were not warriors or statesmen but practitioners of the occult, seeking the forbidden knowledge that lay hidden in the ancient texts of their ancestors. With trembling hands, they unrolled a scroll marked with cryptic symbols, each line pulsating with energy. The air crackled as they recited incantations, their voices rising in a cacophony of urgency. They sought to summon spirits, to bend them to their will, believing that through this dark communion, they could alter the fates of men. But as their words filled the night, a chill swept through the alley, silencing their voices and casting a pall of foreboding over their gathering. In a nearby temple, the flicker of torches illuminated the statues of the gods, their marble faces frozen in eternal serenity. Yet, beneath the surface, the priests murmured their own dark secrets. They knew that the power of the gods was not just in their divine nature but also in the manipulation of the unseen forces that surrounded them. To invoke a god was to flirt with danger, and many a worshipper had vanished after crossing the threshold of sacred rituals. The priests, draped in their ceremonial robes, invoked the names of deities with reverence, but in their hearts, a gnawing fear lingered. What if the gods, too, were susceptible to the darker arts? On another side of the city, the haunting cries of a child echoed down the narrow streets, drawing the attention of passers-by. A mother, her face etched with despair, clutched a tattered doll, its eyes staring blankly into the void. She had once sought Aelia's help, hoping to shield her child from the evils that lurked in the shadows. But now, all she felt was the weight of regret pressing upon her chest. Rumors of Aelia's powers had promised salvation, yet the child fell ill after the witch's visit, the once vibrant laughter replaced by a haunting silence. The woman's heart ached with the heavy realization that the very dark arts she had sought for protection might have unleashed a terror beyond her comprehension. The moon hung high, casting silver beams that danced over the rooftops, illuminating the figures of those who stalked the streets. A young man, driven by desperation, clutched a small pouch filled with herbs and charms, convinced that he could control the forces that once terrified him. He had heard tales of a powerful ritual, one that could grant him the strength and influence he craved. As he approached the darkened corner where Elia often worked, uncertainty gnawed at him. His heart raced, caught between ambition and the fear of the unknown. Inside the chamber, Elia sensed the disturbance in the air. The flicker of the flames danced wildly as she prepared for the night's work, sensing that the forces of the universe were shifting. She had long learned that the dark arts were not merely spells and potions but a delicate balance of intention and consequence. Elia had walked this path, feeling the weight of her choices press against her soul. With every incantation uttered, she felt a piece of herself slip further into the abyss. And yet, the allure of power was intoxicating, drawing her deeper into its embrace. As the night wore on, the city became a tapestry of fear and desire. The whispers of the dark arts echoed in every corner, calling to those who sought more than what the light could offer. Each spell cast, each potion brewed, was a step into a realm that played with the very fabric of reality. The stories of those who had succumbed to the dark arts floated through the air, tales of triumph and tragedy, love and despair, weaving a narrative that transcended time. Elia, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, felt the pull of the unseen world beckoning her closer. The lines of fate twisted and turned, and she knew that the powers she wielded were both a gift and a curse. As the clock struck midnight, she readied herself for the unknown, knowing that tonight could change everything. In that moment, the essence of witchcraft and sorcery hung in the air, pregnant with possibility, and the boundaries that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary began to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. The shadows thickened around her, and as she prepared to confront the forces waiting in the darkness, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. Something ancient and powerful, eager to usher in a new chapter marked by sorcery and sacrifice. The city of Rome, with its grandeur and its glories, was about to witness a tempest that would shake its very foundations, and Elia stood at the epicenter, ready to embrace the chaos that would follow. In the luminous glow of dawn, when the first rays of sunlight kissed the rugged peaks of Mount Chimera, a figure stood poised at the edge of a precipice. Bellerophon, son of Glaucus, surveyed the world beneath him with a heart swelling in pride and ambition. His gaze was fixed not on the valleys or the rivers winding like silver threads, but on the skies, where dreams danced like the flickering flame of a torch. He was not just a hero. He was a force of nature, a man destined for greatness. Armed with the winged horse Pegasus, a gift from the gods, he was ready to soar higher than any mortal ever had. But with that promise lay a menacing shadow, a whisper of hubris that would soon haunt his every step. His triumph over the monstrous chimera had spread like wildfire. Songs were sung in taverns and temples, recounting his bravery, his skill, and the way he had tamed the fiery beast that terrorized the land. The tales painted him as invincible, a demigod walking among men. Yet, within the hearts of the spectators, envy simmered beneath their admiration. They watched him with wide eyes, caught between reverence and a dark desire to see him stumble. As Bellerophon flew high, the winds caressed his face, wild and free. Yet, every gust seemed to carry a warning, a fleeting doubt about the heights he was climbing. He had gone from a mere mortal to a figure of myth, but at what cost? The gods above watched with interest, their faces hidden behind clouds of fate, their intentions as unpredictable as the stormy skies. What had once been a gift now felt like a weight on his shoulders, cloaked in glory, yet stricken with an overwhelming sense of dread. The day came when Bellerophon, fueled by the intoxicating taste of victory, sought to take on the gods themselves. He felt invincible, ready to ride Pegasus straight to Olympus. The whispers of the world had grown into a roar, and he could no longer hear the warnings echoing in the depths of his mind. Surely, If I can conquer beasts, I can confront the very gods, he proclaimed. But the pride that surged through him was a double-edged sword, one that would soon cut deep. The journey to Olympus was a reckless climb fueled by hubris. As Bellerophon ascended, the clouds thickened, darkening the skies with foreboding. Pegasus, sensing the change, began to hesitate, his wings faltering as they climbed ever higher. Bellerophon felt the unease ripple through the horse, but he dismissed it as a mere challenge to his strength. The gods awaited, and he must show them his worth. The intoxicating sense of power buzzed through his veins, dulling the instinctual fear that coursed through Pegasus. Yet, just as they breached the celestial gates, a thunderous silence enveloped them. Bellerophon realized too late that he had crossed a line no mortal should have dared to breach. The gods, once distant and indifferent, now stirred in their thrones, their eyes narrowed. A hush fell over the heavens as they regarded the audacious mortal soaring before them. In that moment, Bellerophon understood the truth behind the legends. His pride, once a source of strength, now morphed into a glaring spotlight, drawing divine ire. In a flash, the skies erupted with fury. A bolt of divine lightning, bright and blinding, struck Pegasus, and the majestic steed bucked violently. Bellerophon clung desperately to the reins, but the bond of trust that had tethered them was now severed by arrogance. The fall was swift, a heart-stopping plunge through the air, the world spinning into chaos. With each passing moment, the ground rushed up to meet him, and the weight of his hubris bore down like the very heavens were collapsing upon him. As he hit the earth, the impact echoed through the valley like a thunderclap. Pain coursed through his body, but it was the realization of his downfall that cut the deepest. No longer the celebrated hero, he lay broken and alone. The townsfolk who had once sung his praises now turned their backs, their laughter replaced by whispers of betrayal. They had seen the rise, but now they witnessed the fall, a spectacle that delighted the jealous hearts who had once idolized him. In his solitude, Bellerophon faced the bitter truth. Greatness had blinded him, and the gods had turned their backs. The earth, once full of promise, now felt like a cage, trapping him in a cycle of despair. His dreams of glory shattered like fragile glass, leaving only sharp remnants of what could have been. Each day blurred into the next, a haunting reminder of the heights he had reached and the depths to which he had plummeted. The once proud hero wandered the shadowy paths of his own making, a ghost of the man he had been. He sought forgiveness in the quiet corners of the world, but the whispers continued, echoing the tales of pride and fall. As dusk settled over the land, casting a blanket of twilight, Bellerophon stood at the edge of a ravine, where the winds howled like the anguished cries of those he had disappointed. In his heart, a yearning remained, a flicker of hope, a whisper that perhaps redemption could still be found. But the cycle of fate was relentless. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, a familiar sound filled the air, the rhythmic beating of wings. Pegasus, restored and regal, descended from the heavens, a silhouette against the fading light. With him came the memories of glory, the promise of second chances. But would Bellerophon, humbled and chastened, dare to rise again? Would he seek the skies once more, or had the fall taught him the true measure of a hero? As he reached for the reins, the winds whispered secrets of both hope and despair, each gust a reminder that the line between ambition and arrogance was perilously thin. Bellerophon stood poised on the brink of a decision that would shape his destiny anew, his heart racing with the promise of a new dawn, or the fear of falling once more. The sky darkened abruptly as the sun dipped below the horizon, a curtain falling on the day and revealing a tapestry of swirling clouds. The air crackled with an electric tension, as if the world itself held its breath. In the remote valleys of ancient Anatolia, where the jagged mountains kissed the heavens, whispers grew louder among the villagers. They spoke of the eagles of the gods, magnificent creatures said to be messengers of fate, soaring high above the land, their sharp eyes watching over the mortals below. As the last rays of sunlight faded, an eerie silence descended. It was then that the first cry echoed through the mountains, a sound so haunting that it sent shivers down spines and raised goosebumps on arms. The villagers paused, their faces drawn tight with worry. Old tales told of dark portents when the eagles cried out. The sound was said to signal the arrival of omens, both good and ill. A storm brewed in the distance, the winds howling like restless spirits. In the heart of the village, an ancient elder stood at the threshold of her home, her gnarled hands clutching a talisman. An eagle carved from stone, its wings outstretched as if to take flight. Her eyes, clouded yet piercing, reflected an understanding far beyond her years. "When the eagles sing, the world trembles," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the growing winds. The villagers gathered around her, drawn in by the gravity of her words. They exchanged fearful glances, minds racing with the implications. Had they angered the gods? Had the balance of fate shifted? The stories of their ancestors echoed in their minds. Tales of warriors led to victory by the guidance of the eagles, and of those who fell to despair at the hands of darker forces. As night enveloped the valley, a shadow flitted across the moon, a massive silhouette that sent hearts racing. The eagles were near. With a sudden gust, a great bird descended, feathers glinting silver in the moonlight, talons sharp as daggers. It landed on a nearby rock, its gaze piercing through the darkness, fixing on the elder. The villagers gasped, a collective shudder rippling through the crowd. The elder stepped forward, compelled by an ancient bond known only to her. She raised the talisman high, and in that moment, the air thickened with anticipation. The eagle tilted its head, as if acknowledging the weight of destiny resting in her hands. The villagers could feel the tension crackling between them, a palpable force pulling them towards something unfathomable. Then, without warning, the eagle spread its wings, releasing a cry that echoed through the mountains, a wild and primal sound that seemed to shake the very earth beneath them. Fear intertwined with awe as the villagers watched, their eyes wide, breathless. They could sense that this was no ordinary night. They were on the precipice of something monumental. From the depths of the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, with eyes like burning coals. The elder's heart raced. She recognized him as a harbinger of doom, a being entwined with the fate of their people. He strode forward with an unsettling confidence, his presence a stark contrast against the ethereal beauty of the eagle. "The winds have shifted," he called, his voice a low rumble that resonated through the valley. "Change is upon you, and the eagles will determine your path." A wave of dread washed over the villagers, their imaginations running wild with possibilities. Would the eagles of the gods bring salvation or ruin? The elder took a step back, the talisman trembling in her grasp. "What do you seek?" she demanded, her voice unwavering despite the fear pooling in her chest. The cloaked figure smiled, a chilling expression that sent a cold shiver down her spine. "I seek what has been foretold, a reckoning, a rebirth. The eagles will be your guide, but their judgment is swift and unforgiving." With that, he raised his arms, and the air thickened with a swirling mist. The villagers gasped, struggling to comprehend the transformation unfolding before them. The eagle took flight, soaring high into the night sky, its call resonating like a war cry. Echoes of ancient battles and lost heroes filled the air, the spirits of the past intertwining with the present. The winds howled louder, whipping around them like an unseen force. The clouds shifted ominously, revealing glimpses of stars, winking like lost souls. Was this a blessing or a curse? The villagers clasped one another, hearts racing, breaths shallow. They felt the weight of history pressing down on them, the stories of those who had come before wrapping around them like a shroud. The elder's instincts warned her of impending danger. "We must prepare," she shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. "The eagles will reveal that which we dare not confront." The villagers nodded, fear etched in their features, yet a flicker of courage sparked within them. The eagles were their ancestors' protectors. Perhaps they could lead them through the storm. As the night deepened, the winds began to calm, leaving behind an uneasy stillness. The cloaked figure lingered, watching with an intensity that made their skin prickle. You will face trials, but it is in those trials that you will find your true selves, he warned, before vanishing into the shadows like a wisp of smoke. Then, like a herald of dawn, the eagle circled overhead, its majestic wings stretching wide, catching the first glimmers of light. The villagers looked up, hearts pounding, feeling as if they stood at the crossroads of fate. What awaited them on the other side? Would they rise to the occasion, or would they be swallowed by the darkness that loomed ever closer? The elder felt the talisman pulse in her hand, a heartbeat in sync with the rhythm of the land. Time hung suspended, and they all sensed it, the gravity of their choices, the weight of destiny resting upon them like a mantle of stars. And as the first rays of light broke over the horizon, the world held its breath, waiting for the eagles to guide them through the unfolding saga that had begun with omens and dark portents. In the dim candlelight of a modest Roman home, shadows danced against the walls, whispering secrets of honor and betrayal. Lucretia sat before her spinning wheel, the rhythmic motion a small comfort against the storm brewing in her heart. She was the embodiment of virtue, a woman whose beauty and fidelity were the pride of her husband, Collatinus. Yet, beneath the surface, a darkness loomed, thick with the scent of impending tragedy. Lucretia's thoughts drifted to her husband and his friends, those noble men whose camaraderie filled the halls with laughter and tales of valor. They had boasted of their wives, each one more virtuous than the last. But Lucretia knew the weight of her own honor carried a heavy burden. Could it withstand the threats lurking in the shadows, those who would dare to tarnish her name? For in the world of Rome, honor was everything, and shame could strike like a venomous snake, swift and deadly. On this fateful night, the air crackled with tension, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. Tarquin, the son of the king, his heart darkened by a twisted sense of entitlement, had set his eyes on Lucretia. His motives were anything but noble. They lay wrapped in a cloak of lust and power, fueled by the desire to seize what was rightfully another's. Beneath the guise of friendship, he plotted, eager to strike at the very core of Lucretia's honor. As midnight approached, the house lay silent, the stillness broken only by the soft crooning of a distant nightingale. Lucretia's heart raced, a wild stallion caught in the confines of her chest. She was aware of her beauty, but in her soul, she cherished the virtue that accompanied it. Yet, none could foresee the storm that was about to shatter her world. The door creaked open, and there stood Tarquin, cloaked in darkness, his face illuminated by the flickering flame of the candle. He stepped inside, a predator whose intentions were as clear as the blade hidden beneath his coat. Lucretia's breath caught in her throat. She felt the weight of his gaze, a serpent coiling around her heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. "Lucretia," he spoke, voice smooth as silk, "I have come to see you, to admire the beauty that your husband treasures." His words dripped with insincerity, yet she felt a shiver of fear cascade down her spine. The room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in as Tarquin moved closer, invading her space, her sanctity. "What do you want?" Lucretia's voice trembled, the defiance she wished to summon buried beneath layers of dread. His presence was suffocating, a storm cloud that threatened to unleash its fury. "You must leave at once." But Tarquin's intentions were not so easily dismissed. He advanced, a wolf cloaked in the skins of friendship, and Lucretia felt the air grow thick with danger. In that moment, time stood still. She was a flower caught in a tempest, helpless against the forces of nature that sought to uproot her very essence. "You will not deny me," he hissed, and in that instant, the world faded, leaving only the two of them, poised on the brink of a tragedy that would echo through the ages. Lucretia's heart raced, each beat hammering against the confines of her chest. She understood that to resist would mean risking everything, her honor, her life, and the legacy of generations. Yet, surrender would be a betrayal that would haunt her forever. As Tarquin lunged, the flickering candlelight caught the glint of his dagger, a cold reminder of the darkness that lurked in the hearts of men. Lucretia fought with all her strength, but the struggle felt futile against the weight of his body pressing her down, against the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. In those harrowing moments, she witnessed the shattering of her world. The cries of her spirit echoed in the stillness, a haunting melody that would never fade. Something inside her cracked, shattered like glass, and in that shattering, a new resolve began to take form. The depths of her shame would not remain silent. It would ignite a fire that could not be extinguished. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lucretia was left alone in the ruins of her honor. The light cast shadows that seemed to mock her, reminding her of the darkness that had invaded her very soul. In that moment of despair, a fierce determination ignited within her, a desire not only for revenge but for justice that would echo through the ages. She knew she could not let Tarquin's act go unpunished. The blood of her honor cried out for redemption, and she would be its voice. Lucretia, once a symbol of virtue, now stood at the precipice of a monumental decision. The flickering candle that had once provided comfort now served as a beacon of her resolve. With trembling hands, she reached for a dagger, knowing what she must do. The echoes of her ancestors whispered through the still air, urging her to take a stand, to reclaim her dignity. This was no longer just her battle. It was a fight for all women shackled by the chains of honor and shame. As she prepared to take the final step, the weight of her actions pressed heavily upon her heart. Yet she felt an unbreakable bond with those who had suffered before her. Lucretia would become a legend, her story woven into the fabric of Rome, a tale of strength and determination against the odds. In that moment, as she made her choice, the air crackled with the promise of change. Tension hung thick in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. The consequences of her act would ripple through the annals of history, setting in motion events that could not be undone. Lucretia, with fire in her heart and vengeance in her soul, prepared to face the world anew, a woman forged in the flames of tragedy, ready to reclaim her honor and bring forth justice. The echoes of her past would be the instruments of her future, a haunting melody that would resonate through time, unyielding and fierce. And as she took that step into the uncertain light of dawn, the sun cast its first rays upon her, illuminating a path that would intertwine her fate with the very essence of Rome, a city poised on the brink of transformation. The air hung heavy with smoke and despair, a thick curtain of ash settling over the city of Troy. The sun, usually a golden beacon, cast a dim light over the ruins, illuminating the shattered dreams and broken bodies that lay scattered like discarded toys. The cries of the dying mingled with the distant clash of steel, a haunting symphony that echoed through the narrow streets. Here, in this once great city, a reckoning had come, and it was not merely the swords of men that had turned the tide. The gods had played their hands, and the consequences of their intervention rippled through the lives of mortals like an unending wave. With each breath, the weight of betrayal clung to the air. As Achilles' wrath boiled over, the fates of both Greeks and Trojans spiraled into chaos. A chess game where the pieces were mere pawns, manipulated by unseen forces. Hector, the noble prince of Troy, held tight to his sword, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. He had faced many foes, but none as daunting as the shadows of the divine. The mother goddess, Thetis, had wrapped her son Achilles in a cloak of invincibility, leaving Hector to battle a man whose heart was as fierce as the lion's roar. With each clash of their weapons, sparks flew, illuminating the faces of the warriors who stood in horror and awe. They were not just fighting for their lives but for the very essence of their fates, tangled in the web spun by gods whose whims could rewrite destinies with a mere flick of their fingers. As the sun dipped low, the air thickened with an ominous presence. It was not just a battle but a tapestry of lost love and hollow victories. Priam, the aged king, stood among the ruins, his heart heavy as he recalled the laughter of his sons, now silenced by the unforgiving hand of fate. Each fallen warrior carried with him the hopes of a family, a love that had once blossomed in the soft light of dawn but was now extinguished. The memory of his beloved Hector, the light of Troy, haunted him, a ghost that refused to be laid to rest. Achilles' anger burned brighter than the flames consuming the walls of Troy. He had not just lost a friend in Patroclus, he had lost a part of himself. The gods had stripped him of joy and filled his heart with vengeance. As he charged into battle, every swing of his sword was fueled by rage, a primal scream echoing through the bloodied fields. But even as he hacked through the ranks of the Trojans, he felt the bitter taste of emptiness. Victory was a hollow prize when the cost was the very soul of his friendship. The influence of the gods was palpable. Athena, wise yet fierce, looked upon the battlefield with a glimmer of satisfaction. She had chosen her sides, her favor shining like a beacon on the Greeks. Meanwhile, the delicate balance of fate hung in the air, each choice weighted with consequence. Paris, the prince of Troy, had taken the heart of Helen, and in doing so, he had awakened a storm that could not be calmed. The whispers of Aphrodite, who had promised him love and beauty, were no longer sweet melodies but haunting echoes of betrayal. Just beyond the city walls, the Greeks prepared for the final assault. The cunning Odysseus, with eyes that sparkled with mischief, crafted the infamous wooden horse, a ploy wrapped in deception. The laughter of the gods rang in his ears, urging him on, their laughter tinged with cruelty as they watched mortals dance at the end of a string. What would become of the Trojans, who had fought so valiantly? They stood on the precipice of hope, unaware that the gods' favor was a double-edged sword, and the blade was poised to strike. In the shadows of the night, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness. It was Cassandra, the priestess cursed with foresight yet condemned to be ignored. Her heart raced as she rushed through the streets, her voice pleading with her people to open their eyes. "The horse is a trap," she cried, her words falling on deaf ears, drowned out by the laughter and revelry of a people too weary to heed warnings. The gods had played with their hearts, and the result would be nothing short of catastrophic. The clash grew louder, desperation morphing into madness as the walls of Troy became a battleground of shattered dreams. The gods, once enigmatic, now stood as puppeteers, their threads pulling tighter, weaving a tapestry of tragedy. Each thread represented a soul, sisters, brothers, mothers, and lovers, all woven together in a fate entwined with divine whim. As the moon rose high, bathing the ruins in silver light, the moment of reckoning drew near. Achilles, face twisted with rage, confronted Hector in a climactic duel, each blow resonating with the weight of their shared history. The air crackled with tension. One wrong move could alter the fate of nations. The gods watched, bated breath in the heavens, their desires and grudges swirling like storm clouds above the battlefield. The moment Hector fell, the world seemed to pause. Achilles stood over him, heart pounding with a tumult of emotions, triumph mingling with the bitter taste of grief. The consequences of the divine had led them here, to this tragic end, but the aftermath would be a tempest that no one could predict. In that instant, the consequences spiraled outward, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the Trojans. Priam, consumed by anguish, would dare to plead for the body of his son, not just to honor him in death but to reclaim his own humanity amid the chaos. The loss of a hero would reverberate, not only in the ruins of Troy but in the very skies above, where the gods would watch with a mix of satisfaction and dread at what they had wrought. And as the dawn broke over the horizon, the remnants of Troy would come to understand that the games of the gods had only just begun. The fall of a city would echo through eternity, a tale of love, loss, and the heart-wrenching consequences of divine intervention, forever etched in the annals of history. The sky above was an ominous swirl of dark clouds, a fitting cloak for the tragedy unfolding below. In the shadows of Mount Olympus, whispers of Prometheus's rebellion echoed through the air, a tale of defiance against the very gods who ruled the heavens. He had dared to steal fire from their celestial realm, a crime that flared like the stolen flame itself, a spark of hope for mankind and a blazing fury for Zeus. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the craggy landscape, Prometheus found himself bound, chained to a jagged rock that pierced the earth like a knife. His wrists bore the weight of heavy, unyielding chains, forged by Hephaestus, the master blacksmith of the gods. Each link was a reminder of his audacity, each tight clasp a symbol of his punishment. With every passing moment, the chains dug deeper into his skin, a physical manifestation of his regret and resolve. He could hear the distant howls of the wind, a mournful cry that resonated with his own heart. As the chill of night enveloped him, Prometheus's thoughts turned to the fire he had gifted humanity. Life, warmth, and knowledge. It had been a bold act of compassion, yet now it felt like a curse. Would his sacrifice be worth it? The uncertainty gnawed at him, just as the biting cold seeped into his bones. But the true torment was yet to come. From the depths of the underworld, a monstrous eagle soared into view, a creature sent by Zeus himself. The beast screeched, its wings slicing through the air with a menacing grace. It was a harbinger of pain, and as it landed with a thunderous thud, Prometheus knew that this was not merely an execution. This was a spectacle crafted for the gods' amusement. The eagle's beak, sharp and glistening, descended upon him, tearing into his flesh with a savage hunger. Each day, the eagle would come, feasting upon his liver, which, under the cruel hand of fate, would regenerate overnight. The cycle of agony was relentless, a loop of suffering that stretched endlessly before him. Pain and despair intertwined, wrapping around Prometheus like a serpent, tightening its grip with each vicious attack. His screams echoed through the valleys, but they were swallowed by the winds, unheard by the gods who reveled in his suffering. Prometheus's mind drifted to the mortals he had saved. He could see their faces illuminated by the fire's glow, their eyes sparkling with wonder as they learned to cook, to forge tools, and to create art. He had ignited a flame of potential. But now, as the eagle returned day after day, gnawing at him with insatiable ferocity, he questioned whether his gift had brought them salvation or doom. Had he condemned them to share in his fate, to be forever caught in the web of divine wrath? As the days turned into weeks, time lost meaning. Each sunrise felt like a mocking reminder of his chains, each sunset a prelude to the agony that awaited him. The gods looked down from Olympus, their laughter ringing like hollow bells, echoing through his mind, a chorus of cruelty and disdain. They were untouchable, their power palpable, while he, once a titan of hope, was now a plaything for their entertainment. In a quiet moment, when the eagle had not yet arrived, Prometheus's thoughts turned inward. He was alone, yet not devoid of companionship. The whispers of the mortals, their hopes and dreams, flitted through his mind. Their laughter, the warm embrace of their community, filled the void of isolation. He envisioned a world where they would thrive, free from the caprice of a vengeful god. The thought propelled him, fueling a flicker of defiance within his heart. As the eagle descended once more, claws glinting and beak poised for the attack, Prometheus braced himself. The pain was familiar now, a constant companion, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to show fear. Even in torment, he found a twisted sort of strength. With each slice of the beak, he thought of the fire, of the life it represented. He thought of the mortals who relied on that flame. The eagle's relentless assault became a backdrop to a deeper struggle within him. He envisioned the future he had fought for, a future where mankind would rise, climbing out of the shadows of ignorance. He could almost see their spirits soaring, unbound by the chains of the past. His pain was not in vain. It was the price of progress, the cost of enlightenment. But as Prometheus hung there, eternally ensnared in his torment, the shadows around him began to shift. From the depths of despair, a faint glimmer of hope emerged, a flickering flame that refused to be snuffed out. The fire he had stolen was not just a physical flame. It was a symbol of rebellion against oppression, a spark of resistance against the tyranny of the gods. As the eagle tore at his flesh, that symbolic fire ignited within him once more, burning brightly against the darkness. In that moment of agony, Prometheus realized he was not just a martyr. He was a beacon, a symbol of hope for all those who dared to dream. The gods could imprison his body, but they could never conquer his spirit. With every pulse of pain, he fought against despair, channeling his agony into defiance. He would not be forgotten. The flames of rebellion would rise, and one day, the chains of oppression would shatter. Though he was bound in body, his legacy would transcend the torture inflicted upon him. The fire he had gifted to humanity would continue to burn, lighting the way for future generations to rise against tyranny and claim their fate. But as the eagle feasted, a chilling whisper echoed in the winds, a reminder that true freedom would require sacrifice, and Prometheus was bound to pay the heaviest price. Would the flame of hope be enough to withstand the torment? The answer lingered in the air, heavy with anticipation. As the gods watched, their eyes fixed on the unfolding tragedy, their laughter mingling with the cries of the tormented Titan. In the trembling shadows of the ancient world, where the air crackled with the electric energy of longing and fear, the drumming began. It was a relentless rhythm, a heartbeat echoing through the valleys, summoning the faithful to the sacred grove of Cybele. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long fingers of orange and purple across the sky, the air thickened with anticipation. The night was alive, pulsing with the promise of the divine, drawing men and women alike into a frenzied dance with destiny. Under the towering trees that whispered secrets of the past, a congregation gathered. Their faces were painted, eyes wide with fervor, each person a vessel for the raw emotions unleashed by the rituals of Cybele, the Great Mother, the goddess of fertility and wild nature. At the center of this chaotic assembly stood the priestesses, adorned in flowing garments of vibrant colors that billowed like the flames of a crackling fire. They were the embodiment of chaos and order, life and death, beckoning the crowd with their wild abandon. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of incense, mingled with the earthy scent of damp soil. As the drums grew louder, a chant began to rise, a sound so primal and haunting it sent shivers up the spine. Cybele, Cybele, the name echoed through the grove, reverberating against the trees, stirring the very essence of the earth beneath their feet. The sound surged like a wave, pulling everyone into its current. A thrill of fear and exhilaration gripped the hearts of the onlookers as the priestesses danced. Their movements were wild and frenetic, limbs flinging in abandon, as if they were possessed by the goddess herself. Each twirl, each leap, seemed to slice through the fabric of reality, drawing the crowd into a fervor that bordered on madness. The faithful joined in, their bodies moving instinctively, surrendering to the beat of the drums and the call of the divine. As the night deepened, the ritual took on a more solemn tone. The sound of the cymbals clashed in a jarring crescendo, and the air vibrated with tension. The crowd held its breath, their eyes locking onto the altar where offerings lay, a bounty of fruits, grains, and the occasional sacrifice. Blood was the language of the gods, a prayer poured out from the earth itself. The priestess stepped forward, her face painted with tears of joy and sorrow, her voice rising above the cacophony, pleading for the goddess's favor. Suddenly, a howl pierced the night, sending ripples of unease through the throng. A wild animal, perhaps a goat or a bull, had been chosen for the sacred offering. The crowd's eyes widened, a mix of horror and fascination flooding through them as the priestesses gathered around, their chants growing more urgent. The air was electric as time suspended, every heartbeat a reminder of life's fragility. The animal was slaughtered, a moment marked by both reverence and raw instinct. The blood flowed, soaking into the ground like offerings to the very earth itself. In that moment, the boundaries between the divine and the mortal thinned, reality warped by the sheer intensity of the ritual. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, their hearts racing as they witnessed the transformation of fear into something transcendent. They were no longer just spectators. They were part of a living tapestry woven by the hands of fate and the will of the goddess. The drums thundered as if the earth itself was alive, a living pulse that resonated deep within the souls of those gathered. Each beat called to their innermost selves, and the lines between past and present blurred. Memories of ancient rites danced in their minds, whispers of ancestors who had gathered in similar groves, their spirits flooding back into the night. Each person was connected through time, a thread in the vast web of existence, bound by devotion and desire. As the ritual reached its zenith, a trance enveloped the gathering. The priestesses spun like leaves caught in a tempest, their bodies merging with the rhythm of the earth, the sky, and the very essence of the goddess who ruled over wildness and fertility. The flickering flames of the torches cast shadows that danced along the trees, and the air crackled with an energy that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Men and women fell to their knees, overcome by the weight of their emotions, their prayers rising up like smoke towards the heavens. They begged for forgiveness, for blessings, for the strength to endure the trials of life. As tears mingled with the soil, hope sprang anew, each cry echoing into the darkness. The night became a cacophony of desperate voices, praying for guidance and sustenance, seeking connection with the divine. Just when it seemed the frenzy would reach a breaking point, a hush fell over the crowd. Silence wrapped around them like a warm blanket, pregnant with anticipation. The priestess, now at the altar, raised her arms to the stars, her voice breaking through the stillness with a command that resonated through the very bones of the earth. "Cybele, hear us!" she cried, her voice a beacon. A gust of wind swept through the grove, rustling leaves and carrying the scent of the sacred offerings into the night. The atmosphere shifted, charged with a potent energy that made the hair on their arms stand. In that moment, time felt suspended, the world teetering on the brink of the unknown. The goddess was listening, her presence palpable as night mingled with the cries of the faithful. As dawn began to break, the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, illuminating the faces of the participants. Exhausted, yet aflame with a sense of purpose. Their souls had danced with the goddess, and though the frenzy had receded, the embers of their devotion still glowed brightly. Yet, within that flicker lay an unquenchable thirst for more, a desire to keep the connection alive, to dive deeper into the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of experience. The crowd began to disperse, yet the energy lingered, a whisper in their hearts, an unextinguished flame. They were bound not just by ritual, but by a shared understanding of the delicate balance between life and death, ecstasy and despair, a dance that every soul must navigate. The cult of Cybele was far more than a collection of frantic rituals. It was a tapestry of emotions, an eternal quest for truth in a world that often felt chaotic and unforgiving. As they walked away, the feeling of something monumental still hung in the air, a promise that the goddess would always be watching, waiting, ready to summon them back into the wild embrace of her eternal dance. In the dim light of a grand palace, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of a world filled with power, beauty, and betrayal. Juno, the queen of the gods, sat upon her jeweled throne, her heart a storm of conflicting emotions. Her emerald eyes burned with a fire that rivaled the very sun, but deep within her chest, a cold fist of jealousy tightened its grip. In the mortal realm, there was a young woman named Io, whose beauty was said to be unparalleled. Her skin shimmered like polished ivory, her hair flowed like rivulets of gold, and her laughter rang like the sweetest melody. It was no wonder that Jupiter, the king of the gods, became smitten by her charm. But to Juno, this was a betrayal, a wound that would fester and grow with every passing moment. How could her husband, the all-powerful Jupiter, overlook her magnificence for that of a mere mortal? As Juno's jealousy churned in her soul, she sought an outlet for the bitter poison that coursed through her veins. The more she fixated on Io's beauty, the more it gnawed at her. Her mind raced with dark thoughts, twisting like a serpent ready to strike. She would not let this infatuation stand. She would take action, and the consequences would be dire. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the earth, Juno called upon the storm clouds to gather. Thunder rumbled in the distance, warning all creatures of the wrath that was about to unfold. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the dark goddess of jealousy, a figure wrapped in shadows with eyes that glinted like shards of broken glass. "You shall help me teach him a lesson," Juno hissed, her voice a blend of fury and despair. The storm goddess nodded, a sly smile creeping across her lips. "I have just the trick," she replied, reveling in the chaos that was about to ensue. With a wave of her hand, she sent a blast of green light toward Io, who was blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. In an instant, the young woman's form began to twist and contort, her beauty transforming into a haunting figure, marked by a strange and terrible fate. Io awoke, disoriented and trembling, in a world that had become a nightmare. Her once delicate hands were now transformed into the rough edges of a cow's hooves. Panic surged through her as she caught sight of her reflection in the water. "What have I become?" she gasped, tears streaming down her face, each drop a testament to the life that had been ripped from her. The grass beneath her hooves felt foreign, and the sky above loomed ominously, filled with the squawking of crows that seemed to mock her despair. Meanwhile, Jupiter, unaware of the chaos that unfolded beneath his gaze, searched for Io in frantic desperation. His heart raced with concern, each beat echoing the deep bond he had forged with her. But as he wandered through the forest, calling her name, he sensed a heavy darkness in the air, a dark omen that something had gone terribly wrong. The trees whispered secrets, and he could almost hear their warnings, but his love for Io blinded him to the lurking danger. Juno watched from her throne, her heart a cacophony of satisfaction and regret. She had exacted her vengeance, but now an emptiness filled the void where her jealousy had lived. As she gazed upon the chaos she had unleashed, she realized the cost of her actions. A shiver ran down her spine, for her heart felt heavy with the weight of consequence. The once vibrant realm of the gods began to dim, the colors bleeding into shades of gray. Juno's heart twisted as she recalled the laughter they had shared, the moments of tenderness that had once united her and Jupiter. Was this truly worth the sacrifice? Her mind swirled with confusion as she watched Jupiter searching for Io, desperation spilling from his every word. In her twisted pursuit of revenge, Juno had forged a bond of sadness between them all. The love that had defined Jupiter and Juno's union was now tainted, overshadowed by betrayal and a relentless cycle of envy. She had turned Io into a creature of sorrow, yet the shadow cast over her own heart felt even more suffocating. As the moon rose high, casting an eerie glow over the land, Jupiter finally stumbled upon Io, now a lost creature wandering with despair etched into her every movement. The sight struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Io!" he called, his voice cracking with emotion. The bond between them surged with unspoken love, yet the chasm of misunderstanding yawned wide, a gulf that neither could bridge. Juno's heart wrenched in pain. She had become the architect of her own ruin, a queen who had unleashed chaos upon her world. The storm within her roared louder, and in her anguish, she realized that jealousy had a voice, a cacophonous roar that demanded attention but never brought peace. The consequences of her actions bore down upon her like a heavy shroud. Amidst the turmoil, Jupiter fell to his knees, reaching out to Io with trembling hands. "I will protect you," he vowed, his voice a fierce whisper. But the words hung in the air, weighed down by a sense of impending doom. The gods' realm had been irrevocably altered, and the love that had once blossomed now wilted under the weight of jealousy and sorrow. Juno stood frozen, her heart racing with a mixture of anger and sorrow. In her desperate quest to reclaim her power, she had unleashed a storm greater than she could contain. The winds of fate howled around her, pushing her toward an inevitable collision with her own emotions. The threads of destiny twisted, leading her down a path shrouded in darkness, where the echoes of her choices would haunt her every step. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Juno fought against the tempest of her own heart. What had once been a simple envy had spiraled into something far more sinister, reshaping the landscape of their lives. How could she take back what was lost? And yet, how could she ever forgive herself for what she had done? Looking at Io, now a shadow of her former self, she felt a pang of guilt that cut deeper than any blade. As the first tears fell from Juno's eyes, shimmering like diamonds, she wondered if redemption was even possible. The world around them was shifting, and in that moment, the fragile threads of fate twisted ever tighter, binding them in a conspiracy of loss, love, and the haunting specter of revenge. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of consequence, and the story was far from over. In a quiet corner of ancient Cyprus, beneath the warm embrace of the Mediterranean sun, a sculptor named Pygmalion carved with a fevered passion. His hands, worn and calloused, danced over ivory like a lover tracing the contours of a beloved's face. Day after day, he toiled in solitude, his heart consumed by a yearning that seemed to echo through the very stones he shaped. He was not just creating art. He was conjuring life itself, fueled by a desire so profound it could only lead to miraculous creation or devastating heartbreak. Pygmalion was haunted by the image of women who surrounded him, flesh and blood yet flawed, filled with the chaos of jealousy and deceit. Each glance, each laugh, felt like a reminder of the imperfections human beings bore. So, with feverish determination, he sought to sculpt the perfect woman, a figure untouched by the blemishes of the world. His chisel struck again and again, carving a statue of stunning beauty, with delicate features and a radiant smile that seemed to glow under the flickering light of his workshop. He named her Galatea. As the seasons changed, so did Pygmalion's obsession. He adorned Galatea with fine clothes, precious jewels, and the softest silks. In the silence of his studio, he spoke to her, whispered secrets that only he could hear. The moonlight spilled through the windows, illuminating Galatea as if she were alive, and for Pygmalion, she was more than stone. She was hope, a dream realized in the form of perfect beauty, untouched and divine. But the heart has a way of intertwining desire with desperation. Each day, as he gazed upon Galatea, his heart ached with the knowledge that she would never respond, never breathe, never love him back. The very creation he had poured his soul into became a source of torment, a beautiful prison, where every smile etched in marble felt like a cruel reminder of his solitude. He would touch her smooth skin, expecting warmth, only to find the coldness of stone. A shiver ran down his spine, a chill that gnawed at him, deepening his despair with every passing moment. Pygmalion took to the temples, his heart heavy with longing. He prayed fervently to Aphrodite, the goddess of love. He begged for a miracle, for a spark of life to bloom in his creation. "Grant me my wish," he cried into the heavens, his voice breaking like waves crashing against the shore. "Make her real. Show me that beauty can breathe, that love can exist in more than just dreams." Days turned to nights, and just as the last remnants of hope began to fade, the goddess of love listened. In a flash of shimmering light, Aphrodite appeared, her presence ethereal and commanding. She stood before Pygmalion, draped in a gown of radiant hues, a vision of grace and power. "You have created from your heart," she told him, her voice like the softest breeze. "Your devotion has touched me. I grant your wish." In an instant, Galatea transformed. The statue pulsed with life, her eyes fluttered open, revealing depths of emotion that Pygmalion had only dared to imagine. She gazed at him, her lips curving into a smile, and for that fleeting moment, the world outside ceased to exist. Love surged through them, a force so potent it could move mountains. Their laughter filled the workshop, echoing like sweet music throughout the land. But as passion ignited between them, a shadow loomed. In the depths of his heart, Pygmalion grappled with the weight of his own creation. What if perfection was a fleeting illusion? What if the very essence of love was marred by the darkness of the world? The gleam in Galatea's eyes, so vibrant, so alive, began to flicker with uncertainty, as if sensing the turmoil within him. One fateful evening, while they strolled hand in hand under a blanket of stars, doubts crept in like an uninvited guest. Galatea, once a symbol of unfettered joy, began to change. Her laughter faded into silence. Her smiles became wistful, as if she were haunted by the very perfection that had brought them together. Pygmalion watched in horror as his dream began to fracture, the realization dawning that love, no matter how perfect the creation, was still susceptible to the cruel twists of fate. "Why do you look at me with such sadness?" Galatea asked, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. Pygmalion struggled to find the words, his heart aching with the weight of their reality. He had created her from his own desires, yet he feared that that very creation could lead to his destruction. "You are perfect," he whispered, his voice barely carrying through the night air. "But I fear I cannot stay without breaking you." Tension thickened between them, a chasm widening with each passing moment. Galatea, sensing his turmoil, reached out to him, her touch electric. "Love is not merely about perfection," she said, her eyes searching his for understanding. "It is about acceptance, flaws and all. Can you not love me for who I am, not just for what I was?" But Pygmalion's heart was ensnared in a storm of conflicting emotions. Her words struck deep, igniting a fear that was all too real. In his quest to forge beauty, he had overlooked the raw, chaotic nature of love, the very essence that made life so vibrant and painful. He stepped back, the distance between them stretching like an unbridgeable canyon. Pygmalion's despair echoed in the silence. He had sculpted a goddess, yet found himself utterly human, wrestling with the shadows of his own insecurities. And as Galatea stood before him, the embodiment of his dreams, she became a reminder of the fragility of that which he cherished most. In that moment, love hung suspended in the air, a beautiful, agonizing question unanswered. Was it possible to love something so perfect and yet so flawed? Would his adoration lead to their salvation or destruction? As the stars twinkled mockingly overhead, the weight of their choices loomed large. The story of creation began to intertwine with the looming specter of destruction, a dance of heart and soul that could either rise to transcendence or spiral into despair. The air was thick with tension, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a fiery orange. In the distance, a figure stood atop a hill, silhouetted against the fading light, a crown of leaves resting upon his head. He gazed down at the river Tiber, its waters murky and turbulent, reflecting the chaos brewing within his heart. Romulus could almost hear the whispers of fate echoing through the valley, beckoning him closer to a destiny stained with blood. From the shadows emerged his twin brother, Remus, a figure equally regal yet marked by an undercurrent of rivalry. Their bond, forged in the same womb, now twisted into a struggle for supremacy. The prophecy foretold of a great city, yet it was the weight of their kinship that threatened to smother them both. As the brothers approached each other, the air crackled with unspoken words, the ghost of their shared dreams hanging heavily between them. "Together we can build something magnificent," Remus urged, his voice smooth yet edged with desperation. "A city that will carry our names throughout the ages." His eyes sparkled with a fervor that could ignite the very ground beneath them. But Romulus, the older by mere moments, felt a darkness creeping into his heart. Power is a seductive mistress, whispering sweet promises that often lead to betrayal. As they argued, the brambles around them swayed in the night breeze, as if the very earth could sense the brewing storm. Where Remus saw unity, Romulus glimpsed a threat. It was a struggle as old as time itself, the desire to create and the fear of being overshadowed. The roots of their father's lineage, the warrior Mars, had carved into their souls a hunger for dominion, one that overshadowed their fraternal love. The fateful night arrived without warning, shrouded in an eerie silence. Under a blanket of stars, Romulus challenged Remus to a sacred duel, a test of strength to decide who would rule the city they dreamed of founding. The choice seemed to loom like a distant thunderclap, heavy and ominous. They faced each other, swords drawn, muscles tense, hearts racing. It was a dance on the edge of a knife. "May the gods be my witness," Romulus breathed, a prayer trembling on his lips. He felt the weight of destiny pressing down. He was the one chosen to lead. But in that moment, as their blades clashed, the fight became more than just a battle. It was a collision of their very souls. Each strike bore the weight of their shared childhood, every parry echoing the laughter of their youth, now twisted by the bitterness of ambition. Blood painted the ground beneath them, while the night sky bore witness to the tragedy unfolding. The air was thick with sorrow as Remus, slipping past his brother's guard, fell to his knees, a guttural gasp escaping his lips. "Why, brother?" he choked out, disbelief etching itself into his features. In that heart-stopping moment, time slowed, and Romulus' heart shattered. The act that would secure his legacy had also carved a deep chasm in his very being. "I had to," Romulus whispered, horror dawning upon him as he looked at the lifeless body of the one person who had understood him completely. The world around him shifted, transforming from a vibrant landscape of dreams to a lifeless wasteland draped in shadows. The stars dimmed, as if mourning the loss of innocence, and the night became a haunting reminder of the cost of ambition. With the dawn came quiet desolation. Romulus stood alone, the weight of his brother's death pressing down on him like an anchor pulling him into the abyss. The city he was to build, his vision of glory, now felt tainted with the blood of kin. He cast a long gaze over the land that would bear the name of Rome, but it was a name etched in sorrow, a reminder of the sacrifice he had made. Yet, within that grief, a fire ignited. Romulus began to gather followers, driven not just by dreams of glory, but by the need to fill the void left by Remus. Each man drawn to him became a piece of the legacy he had unwittingly forged, a tapestry woven from strands of ambition and regret. The walls of Rome rose, mighty and unforgiving, a testament to both his triumph and his tragedy. But whispers flickered through the air, tales of a ghostly figure roaming the hills at night, a shadow of the brother left behind. Some claimed to hear the laughter of Remus carried on the wind, a haunting melody that chilled the bones of those who dared to listen. The very soil of Rome, soaked in fraternal blood, seemed to pulse with an unrelenting reminder of the conflict that birthed it. The foundation of the city, strong yet fragile, stood as a paradox, much like Romulus himself. Celebrations erupted in the streets, yet the laughter echoed hollow in his ears. The games, the feasts, the parades, they all felt like a pretense, masking the deep sorrow that clawed at his heart. He was both a king and a murderer, and in his solitude, he felt the weight of the title more than any crown could convey. As time rolled on, the tales of Romulus and Remus slipped into legend. The epic story of two brothers would be told for generations, a powerful narrative of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. But as new stories emerged of divine intervention, of prophecies fulfilled, those who listened often missed the haunting truth buried within, that every triumph comes with a price, and every legacy is shadowed by the ghosts of the past. With every brick laid in the growing city, Romulus felt the eerie presence of Remus, a reminder of the bond they once shared. The city was alive, pulsing with the energy of its many inhabitants, yet the specter of his brother lingered in the corners of his mind. Buildings rose, but so did the weight of the fratricide that had forged the very ground upon which they stood. In the distance, the Tiber continued to flow, its waters glistening like tears shed for a lost brother. And as Romulus looked over his burgeoning city, he knew that the darkness of that fateful night would forever intertwine with the light of his greatest achievement. The legacy of Romulus and Remus was not just one of glory, but of sorrow, a tale that would ripple through time, begging to be told, reminding all who heard it of the fine line between love and ambition, creation and destruction. The dust swirled around the ancient stone as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the Roman Forum. A sense of weight hung in the air, an unshakable reminder that the past never truly fades. It was here, amidst the echoes of bustling crowds and the whispers of history, that the Romans forged tales that would ripple through time, whispering lessons of morality and consequence. At the center of this vibrant world stood an imposing statue of Jupiter, the king of the gods, his gaze unwavering, surveying the lives of mortals below. The stories spun around him were not just myths. They were morality tales, reflecting the human condition in all its shades of light and darkness. The Romans understood, perhaps better than anyone, that these myths held a mirror to their souls, revealing the struggles of virtue and vice, heroism and hubris. In the flickering candlelight of a modest home, a mother gathered her children close. She spoke softly of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, whose journey was marked not only by glory but by the weight of his choices. He faced the wrath of the gods, she warned, her voice a gentle hush against the crackling fire, because he strayed from his path. Remember, she instructed, every choice has consequences. Every action echoes in eternity. The children listened, wide-eyed, as they imagined the trials faced by a man who dared to challenge fate. Across the city, men in togas debated fiercely in the Senate, the air thick with the scent of sweat and ambition. They invoked the tales of Romulus and Remus, the founding brothers whose bloodshed paved the way for greatness. Their story was a warning as much as a legacy, illustrating the fine line between brotherhood and betrayal. What is power? One senator argued. If not tempered by justice, look at Romulus. He was not merely a king. He was a tyrant who sacrificed his own kin for glory. The room fell silent, the weight of history pressing upon them as they contemplated the cost of ambition. Even the children of the streets, playing among the ruins, felt the influence of these stories. They reenacted the fables of gods and mortals, their laughter ringing like bells, yet tinged with a melancholy understanding of the fragility of life. They knew that even in their playful mimicry, lessons lingered. "Don't be like Phaeton," one boy cried, as he mimicked the reckless charioteer who dared to drive the sun's chariot, only to be consumed by his own folly. The other children giggled, but there was a knowing look in their eyes. Phaeton's fate was not just a story. It was a warning against pride and recklessness. As darkness enveloped the city, the whispers of the past grew louder. The temples, still aglow with offerings to the gods, stood as reminders of the moral compass that guided Roman life. Priests performed rituals with solemnity, invoking the favor of deities who watched with keen interest. The tale of Orpheus and Eurydice was invoked in hushed tones, a reminder of love's power and the peril of giving in to despair. One look back, the priests would caution, and all is lost. It was a lesson on faithfulness, a stark reminder that even the most profound love could lead to ruin when clouded by doubt. The market square buzzed with the chatter of merchants and patrons, where the tales of old slipped seamlessly into daily conversations. A baker, kneading his dough, would share the story of Hercules and his 12 labors, emphasizing the virtues of perseverance and strength. "You must toil for what you desire, just as Hercules did," he would exclaim, his hands working tirelessly as if infused with the spirit of the hero himself. The townsfolk nodded, understanding that every loaf of bread born from his oven was a testament to the age-old values of hard work and dedication. In the shadows, a philosopher pondered the weight of these myths, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Are we not all players in this grand theater?" he mused, his voice barely above a whisper. "Every decision we make is a thread in the tapestry of fate, woven into a story greater than ourselves." He watched as passers-by engaged in arguments, friendships blossomed, and hearts broke, all the while playing out the very morals etched into the stories they revered. Every corner of Rome throbbed with the echoes of these narratives, binding its citizens in a web of collective memory. The myths were not merely tales for entertainment. They were the lifeblood of a society striving for virtue amidst the chaos of existence. Each story carried a lesson, waiting to be uncovered, a gentle nudge towards the pursuit of goodness, justice, and honor. Yet, beneath the surface, the tension simmered. The stories warned of darker paths. The tale of Narcissus, entranced by his own reflection, served as a caution against vanity and self-obsession. A young soldier, upon hearing it, pondered the implications of his own pride as he donned his armor, the weight of duty now intertwined with personal ambition. The stories were alive, breathing through the hearts of those who shared them, urging introspection and moral reckoning. As the stars twinkled above, illuminating the cobblestones below, the last echoes of laughter faded, giving way to a profound silence. The weight of all those stories hung in the air, palpable and haunting, a testament to the enduring influence of Roman myths. They were not merely remnants of a forgotten era. They were living lessons, etching themselves into the very fabric of morality, shaping lives and decisions even centuries later. In that sacred moment of stillness, the tension of the present coalesced with the weight of history. As every Roman drifted into the embrace of night, they carried with them the powerful understanding that their lives were not isolated events but part of an ongoing narrative, woven together by the choices of heroes and the mistakes of the flawed. And beneath the watchful gaze of Jupiter, the tales of gods and mortals continued to resonate, inviting each soul to ponder their own part in the eternal dance of fate and free will.